And I hope all of you watching enjoy the conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Ali Nurdin. And now we have arrived at our focal agenda for today. And to continue with our agenda, and that is the presentations from our keynote speaker, we will be accompanied by our amazing moderator, Takia Arini Putri. Takia is currently taking her master's degree in Bandung Institute of Technology, and she had also studied at the University of Queensland, Australia. She received many different awards and now also working as a research and teaching assistant at Pajajaran University, Indonesia. To Takia, please welcome.
Okay. Thank you to the Master of Ceremony for allowing me to get this discussion sessions. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening to Prof. Merlina Lim. I would say a very warm welcome to all of you to this discussion session on this conference event. And as we know that this conference and this discussion will be very interesting because the webinar will be discussed on the related topics to digital society and especially in a global south scope. And it consists of a critique of the knowledge production and our future research trajectories. So my name is Takia Arin Putri, and I'm very honored to be your moderator for this distinguished event. And before we begin, I will inform to all of the participants, probably because related to the quick notes, that this session will be recorded, and so please be aware of it. And if you all have your camera on or speakers on, will be distinguished this moment or these sessions, please make sure to turn it off during the speaker presentation particularly. So interesting that the topics today that we will delve into, I think that it's not merely an academic exercise, but also it holds an immense significance for our societies, for global community as a whole. So in the coming hours, we will delve into thought-provoking discussions about digitalizations within the context of Global South, especially. And talking about the Global South, I think that it has its own unique and dynamics and meeting challenges when it comes to engaging with social or digital technologies. While these technologies offer immense opportunity for empowerment, like Prof. Ali Padekan mentioned, at advanced connectivity and development, like it also raises complex questions about how access, representation, then about inequality, and the very foundation of knowledge constructions. So today's discourse, probably we will explore about the existing paradigms about knowledge projections, its trajectories, that strength and limitation related to this. And probably additionally, we could critically assess the Western-centric narrative that often dominate our discussion nowadays on the digital discourse, and for the subsequent implication for the Global South on realities. Some people call it about digital colonialism, like have been mentioned in advance. So I think that as we embark in this exploration, I will encourage all of all of the participants to actively engage in the discussion. So your questions, your thought, perspective will be enrich today's discussions. And without any ado, I would like to introduce our extraordinary speakers today. So today we have Prof. Merlina Lim. I feel very goosebumping actually to read her background, and she had a very outstanding achievements on academics. And please allow me to share a few highlights of her remarkable journeys and accomplishments. So I will read her CV. Our speaker has become a leading authority on in communication and media studies. So I think there are several works represented in several publications, such as 5 books and monographs, 4 special issues, 29 journal articles, 18 book chapters, and dozens of research reports, working papers, and so on, which I think it has brought her into the international recognition. I will mention it, a dozen of awards and honors from the Royal Society of Canada, Princeton University, University of Southern California, the Volkswagen Foundation, and interesting, the Kartini Foundation from Indonesia probably, and so forth. So beyond her academic accomplishment, our speaker's dedication as a director and founder of Align Alternative Global Network Media Lab, as well as Canada Research Chair, has showcases probably her commitment to making a meaningful impact on society. So without further ado, I invite you, Professor Melina Lim, to take this virtual stage and presenting your thought. And we are definitely all ears. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Hatur Nuhun. Terima kasih, Takia, for that's very kind introduction. I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wilujeng Enjing, Sampurasun. Selamat pagi semuanya. I'm very thrilled to be with you all today. It's much near my sleeping time, but it's okay. I'm trying to not to falling asleep while giving a talk. Thank you especially for the organizer, Pak Asep Muhammad Iqbal, Dr. Asep Muhammad Iqbal, conference chair, and the organizers who also kindly invited me, and Pak Dekan, Professor Ahmad Ali Nurdin, and all of you. Thanks very much. So, I will not share my screen, but I have something. So here it is, magic. I hope you can see it. So basically, I just go along with what the theme that was suggested to me, but also because I think I gladly say yes to this one because I've been thinking about this for some time. So we are on the same wavelength, right? But also it's a very important topic to really think of, so we don't repeat the wave of kind of trend in development, right? That techno-driven, and then we keep telling like Internet 1.0, Internet 2.0, 3.0, Industry 1.0, 2.0, right? And digital plus, I use plus because it actually has gone to, we are talking about beyond just digital technology, right? We're talking about automation, AI, which I think sort of like the digital society, the old debate about digital society, we stays, even though the technology itself has developed so much, if compared to 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I don't know, some of you probably were not born yet, but I was, not 20 years ago, I was in Bandung, so, like using Warnet 25 years ago. And 25 years ago, I was in my 20s, early 20s. And getting to know, actually I was probably 18 when I got to know internet for the first time. I hang out with guys from electronic engineering. They are all much older than me, and just they were having this modem that, we didn't know the term digital society yet. But we were mesmerized by a technology that was a modem, and you have to dial the number, right? the number, you have to dial the number with the phone. This is the zaman telepon yang masih kabel, belum ada handphone. Lalu dial is not tick 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 tick. It was dial like this. It was really dial, right? Like whatever number, and then you dial, and then the and the modem will like say, right, and then they're waiting, because if it is not connected, it will say and then gonna be connected. But sometimes it is disconnected after and then it's gone again. You have to. So we have come far along. I mean, from that technology that was so late, so slow. It was 14.4 bytes per second. You know, we cannot do Zoom. I remember I had to call someone to tell that person that I sent email, because calling is faster than email, because the email not yet showing up on the other side. And sometimes people, because I wrote about this in my dissertation when I tried to write history of the internet in Indonesia. Nobody wrote. There was nothing written about history. So when I did my dissertation, I have one chapter on the history. I had to construct a history from scratch, right? Interviewing hundreds of people. And I learned about the project that was most money from the World Bank that was supposed to wire to make Indonesian digital. We didn't call it digital society, but it was digitalizing Indonesia, connecting Indonesia, sort of wawasan Nusantara. It was actually gone before the money mostly running out, because you had to pay the long distance phone call to make. This is UE. The Joseph Luhukai did it, right? So even at that moment, I think there was something mismatch about what the South, right? Because you had to dial. When I use the internet, I dial to Bandung, right? Local number. But at the beginning of the internet, you're thinking of wiring all of this university in the South from the technology of the North that was mostly developed in the West Coast, right? Without thinking, and then World Bank came in to bring this technology. Indonesia was one of them. We're talking about 80s, and techno-minded person with PhD coming from Indonesian who went to school abroad, coming back home, having this vision, which is we are repeating the same story now. At that moment, just simply to wire, but didn't really think that you actually had to imagine that all of the investment, that all the funding from World Bank mostly gone for long distance call. It's ironic, right? Because the whole dependency, and we are just talking about one thing, connection, which is infrastructure, because it's all infrastructure that we built. They were never really built with the thinking, oh, someone in Cibaduyut might be using it. No, I don't really think about that. All of the technology, even though we are now using, like they are become global now, but the process of design itself has already, they were never really designed for someone in the South that might have a very different reality, socio-economic, cultural. It was never designed in Sundanese, right? And we are scrambled now, right? At least Indonesian is in the Romanic, so we didn't have to deal with the translation in terms of script and everything. So what I'm trying to say is the internet was conceived not as a tool for democratizing, for equality, for justice. It was not. The notion of digital, from the beginning, it was actually designed within the mindset, or let's say within that coloniality mindset. And two, the problem with that is that we rarely think about design. We usually in our debates about society, we really think about usage, right? We don't, the South will not be, people in Indonesia, they are not smart enough, or they are not, they don't really like to gain information, therefore, right? Therefore, we are so internet or social media being used for misinformation. We blame the user. We glorified the development as the progress and technological development as a positive, within the positive framework. We think positively about technology. And we really, eventually, when it comes to the digital society in the global South, we really frame all the problem as if it is the Southern problem, Indonesian problem, Indian problem, right? And that's, I think, that particle thinking is something that we need to challenge. Because, no, there is actually something absolutely crucial to change the way we really frame the entire relationship. If something is not designed for you, how it is challenging, right? To actually I mean, like I saw, but I didn't have a sewing machine for a while, so I stopped, and I get these people giving me, especially when I go, kalau ke Indonesia gitu kan, semua orang kasih oleh-oleh ya. Tapi nggak pernah pas gitu kan ukurannya. I don't know what they think is always like how, I mean, karena semua pakaian itu they look good on someone else, right? But they don't fit me because they were not designed for me. So I had to make alteration. In order to make alteration, kalau di rumah saya dari Dayakolot ya. Kalau di rumah mah gampang gitu kan. Ke tukang jahit, ke siapa gitu kan. Ke mama gitu kan. Atau jahit sendiri, terus ada tukang obras. Di sini punya mesin jahit, nggak ada tukang obras. Kemana gitu kan. Nggak ada tukang siksak. Mau lobang kancing, kudu ngajalujur sorangan gitu kan. Katanya saya boleh pakai bahasa Sunda, kata Pak Iqbal, boleh campur. Karena saya lihat ini yang penghadir mengerti bahasa Indonesia kan ya. So I will kind of mix. My slideshow mostly in English, so when it is serious, I have to do it in English. But I could tell story in Indonesia. So there is something, don't blame me for a kind of outfit that don't fit me. Yes, I could alter. Eventually, I alter. I alter this, for example, right? Why? But I have to be able to sew. It's not a sin not to be able to sew. Luckily, I can, right? But you cannot blame the user for when technology don't fit. You cannot simply blame the, right? When we have challenges, barrier, and gaps, we really hardly frame it as a northern problem. When it comes to global South, as if the global South is the problem. I think that's a real problem here. To frame development and journey, everything that is based on technicality and technological paradigm, which is technocentrism, technosolutionism, right? As if technology gonna solve, and when things go wrong, it means the user have problem, or they are not educated, they don't have critical. No, we cannot say that, because I think there is something, the relationship itself, the relationship between the way we really think who is superior in terms of the design and of course the logic of marketing of it, right? How it goes to be used is actually a real problem. Before going that, so we are going to the, so I said critical observation and also conceptual intervention. Before going further, I'll just show some slideshow on the state of global digital, just very quickly, technologically and socially. So here it is. It looks promising, right? Like on the big scale, wow, we are all over almost 60%, actually active social media user, 64% using internet, 68% they have mobile. So we are doing fine. We are connected. We are wired, right? But let's say this is good only if it is equally, that's all over the world, is the number is around 60% to 70%, right? But the reality is not that. So the reality is the internet adoption is high, but in some places is actually 23%. That's like in Eastern Africa, for example. So it's not like every place is around 60 to 70%. It's not even 50 to 80. It's actually, the gap is between 20 something percent to 90 something percent. Northern America is 92%, right? And Northern Europe is 97%, meaning that everybody except for babies, right, are not connected, right? I mean, so 20 and 9 and almost 100 is quite actually, so the gap between regions is high. And unconnected population, you can see an outstanding number of 368 million in Eastern Africa, right? And of course, it's not just simply connection. Connection has to, you cannot just run internet connection on empty space. You need other infrastructure. You need people who could afford to do it, right? So in another word, basically, of course, there is an equality, global inequality in terms of digital connection, because we have, the world has become so much richer in the last 50 years, since 1970s, but also 70s is the era to which inequality widens. So the really rich countries become really rich, right? But it's not necessarily true for the rest of the world. And this is, so while the internet connection spread and then growing, but also most of us get connected through Wi-Fi or mobile, right? That's a very different type of quality. Fixed broadband subscription, which is high speed, usually doesn't grow that much since early 2000s. And you could see here actually the really deep blue, right, which is like really high fixed broadband subscription, is very patchy. Most of the world are not having growth in terms of broadband. I don't know whether you could see, this is Korea, not on the top, probably is not very clear. Japan is number 2, Lithuania, Sweden, Latvia, Spain, Iceland, Finland, Norway, New Zealand, Portugal, Luxembourg. It's mostly in Europe, and none of course, Indonesia isn't there, right? We hardly have any connection, any sort of like development. I think it's kind of stopped probably in late 90s. And the inequality, like I said, global income inequality is what happened is that the global bottom 50% income share remain historically low, despite growth in the emerging world in the past decades, right? This is what the blue one is, what the bottom. So the bottom 50 is actually getting poorer, right? Even though the world getting richer, and this is not only so between country inequality getting higher, while within country inequality at some point, yes, it going lower, but since 1980s it's actually going higher again. Indonesia did very well with pengentasan kemiskinan, right? I think it was started in 70s, going well, pretty well. But in the last 10 years, the Gini index of Indonesia getting higher. The gap between the rich and the poor getting larger. And I think Jawa Barat is particularly bad. Bandung included. Worse than Jakarta. So Indonesia is not immune to that. Indonesia looking good in terms of essential digital numbers, right? But again, if you look at the, I'm gonna be very quick, looking at the breakdown between places, between age, between different level of education, you see the gap. You started to see the gap, and you see the penetration and internet connection based on the island. You see that you see different number, right? Anyway, what I'm trying to show is that number doesn't say that much, but even the number, right? The number of the connection, even though it is promising that we become more digitalized, it is not equal, right? I mean, we are glad to be. I mean, you are in Bandung. I'm in a very well connected, living in very well connected area. But it also means the connection for every point with high density of connection. We also speak of different other kind of problems, right? If you look at the connection, why Eastern Africa, for example, because it's actually lacking of resources from many things, political conflict, right, in many places. So an equality that speaks to different aspects of life has become part of or influence, have implication on the way we see digital society as well. It's not really merely connection problem. And I think, and like I said, digital plus here, basically we speak. So that's the problem. The real problem, the first problem is classic problem that digital inequality, injustice sitting on a larger, very entrenched, systemic, larger societal systemic inequalities. And that speak of the gap between global and North and global South, but also within, right? Within the region, within the specific part of the world, but also within country, right? So there's like multiple layers of inequality that we have to grapple with, the complexity of inequalities. The second one is the fact that we still frame technology, digital technology, where it used to be digital media and then become data and become algorithm, and now we are machine learning, artificial intelligence, metaverse, whatever techno vocabulary that we deal with. I think we are still grapple with the same phenomenon, sets of phenomenon, but also we still are revolve around positive and negative framing. So we rarely, this is of course in digital humanities and social science, we see that the trend, critical studies started to really see that regardless of the technology, the undercurrent problems, right, that became the driver on how that actually that shape the way technology might be implicated in society is actually the fact that technology, like I said earlier, right, was born out of certain logic, which is marketing logic, privatized, corporatized, commercialized, neoliberalized, right? And then and that's make it easier for control, surveillance, coloniality, colonize. So all the baggage that is built into the logic of neoliberal logic and corporate logic, that's actually the undercurrent processes that's we really need to start really thinking in our treatment of technology. So the problem when we really talk about technology itself, I think there is we are still. I've been scanning. I think when I wrote a piece for the journal, right, like last year, that Dr. Asep Muhammad Iqbal published, I was looking at the social media research. Social media research is very much framed with positive, negative impact. And recently I was looking at the whole AI, newer writing in social science / information science / interdisciplinary research, and it's still pretty much positive, negative, right? Where technology is being framed as within the sort of like the language of efficiency, right? Like how to measure, for example, journal article would say how to enable efficient technological deployment in the South, for example, right? Something like that. How to accelerate, right? And in fact, I think recently I was criticizing the Bapnas. This is like a plan for Indonesia to 2035 or something when it comes to digital society. I said, well, the language is not a language of justice. It's efficiency, akselerasi, right? Pembangunan, akselerasi pembangunan, right? So as if that by going digital, we would accelerate. But I think if we really think positively, just frame technology within this language, like that's, oh, technology will reduce bias, or AI is more trustworthy than human being, right? Digital technology gonna modernize, gonna equalize, we would have problem, because I think we see progress as being really at the hand of technology, right? So, and well, I really think technology is important. I'm not saying pembangunan lewat teknologi is wrong. No, but I think not challenging, right? The way we've been using technology in our development, and it's proven that it didn't reduce inequality, right? We did that for Indonesia. I think we did that back then, from 1970s to 1980s. Why we keep doing it the same way? It's proven that it's only widen the inequalities. We probably need to introduce something, not abandoning altogether. I'm not actually like a scholar who really think that, oh, we have to really look at the South and you're changing everything, right? I'm not anti-technologies. But I think we need to find ways to conceptualize it differently. So, and the other one, I think that is humanists and social science. Some of the research that I see is, the other one is like criticizing, right? In humanities started, oh no, we are worried that gonna replace the job. Human will lose control, crossing ethical boundaries. This is a ethics philosopher writing a lot about this. Law, from the law perspective, many people write about privacy and tend to be utopians. But I think I'm not really thinking technology as being neutral. Like I said, the design, the way it is deployed, all intention, and the way it is reproduced matters, right? So technology is neutral. But also I think it's not a very productive discussion to revolve around positive and negative. Because I think both positivity and seeing the technology, digital society, how it goes, the techno aspect of it as being positive or negative is all partial. They don't really solve the problem. But also it's partial looking at the actual complexity. And I come from STS, Science and Technology Studies, so I always like to intervene. So this is our current debates, right? The first current debate that I was telling about, the first part is about how the South and the global South being seen as a source of problem. The other one is there is techno, right? This is the current debate that I'm talking about, and which I think really revolve around technocentrism. That's techno-optimism or techno-pessimism, which is negative positive. They're really being fixated on the impact and roles and effect of technology. They're focusing on technoscientific fixes, right? Oh, bisa, this is technology. Digital society is like a hammer, like ayo di Indonesia dibentuk gitu kan. Digital Indonesia dibentuk nih supaya bagus gitu kan. As if digital society can hammer down privileged techno features. And I, of course, as everybody, some of you already know, I'm a very social, but I'm not a social shaping. I'm not at the other end of it. I'm not saying that tergantung orangnya. No, right? Kayak masak gitu kan. Memang bener tergantung orangnya kalau masak gitu kan enak apa enggak. Tapi kalau bikin combro, oncomnya busuk, mau sejago apa juga ya nggak enak gitu, ya kan? So I think there is something about both. So you need good chef, right? The human being, but also you really need the materiality of it, right? And the recipe, good recipe, right? So I think the combination between the two, I think is really, really important. So I'm not necessarily saying that human, in whether it is Indonesian or global South population, has absolutely have absolute agency, right? But I think I'm not saying that socioculture determine the progress. But what I'm trying to say is that this one. Technology and society. So the digitalness and socio-cultural legal aspect of it as an integrated socio-technical system. Human and technology, they have co-agency, distributed agency. We need infrastructure. We need to build technology. But also we really need to build technology for whose benefit. No, not everybody it's not like equal, just giving everybody the same thing. No, we have to really think technology in terms of policy, in terms of implementation, but also in terms of design, right? All kind of design, economic design, based on what the certain user need a different type of technology. We cannot really design technology to be usable for this disabled group of people, marginalized people, without really including a set of understanding about what they need, what they want for themselves, giving them agency. And we need to have to sort of this is actually the whole notion of dialectic co-agency, collective production and interaction is usually being used in marketing, right? The process itself is really good, actually, right? Like a platform, many companies starting to use this kind of co-agency as a process in order to create a kind of device or apps that would be sellable, right? The real problem, of course, the process is right, except that ujung-ujungnya duit, right? This is for profit, right? So if we borrow that, right, process into digital society for justice, and that will make a difference. I think we in order for any country to create a blueprint toward digital society, let's say 2040, we really need to involve different stakeholders, especially people whom we want to serve, right? Especially addressing people who are impacted by inequality within that particular group in itself. So, what I'm proposing in terms of sort of paradigm, rather than looking at technology, whether it's positively framing or negatively framing or neutrality, is actually, I just really think that we need to change the way we think about technologies, whether it's data, algorithm, AI. First, We just have to accept they are not neutral. They are products of economic, social, and political system. They can, and tend to, right, have this trend to have disparate impacts. It need to be expected on different community, particularly disadvantaged and marginalized group, because all of this technology were not designed for disadvantaged and marginalized group. When we say technology is neutral, it will obscure both individual and structural biases under the claim of neutrality. Therefore, get rid of it, dismantling neutrality. Because by accepting technology as neutral, we as a social science scholar, might perpetuate inherent inequalities. We also have to accept that technology, precisely because they were not designed with the concern over marginalized or disadvantaged communities, and without justice within the framework of design, they tend to or can replicate and even amplify societal biases. Data, for example, right, is borne by gaps and biases that are underpinned by discriminatory structure. Beyond the hype and marketing around technology point toward broad benefit and universal gain, on the ground, consequences are much more complicated. For whom and to those benefit, right? Whether they are, regardless whether they are framed as negative or positive, automation, AI, big data, digital-driven reality and practices always reflect dominant imaginaries of efficiency and maximization, never about justice. And those imaginary consist of logic that fail to represent the complexity and diversity of human experiences and culture. If it is made in Silicon Valley, how come, I mean, of course, it doesn't, right, represent complexity and diversity. Those logic doesn't fully recognize human creativity and tacit knowledge, especially, I think, from the South. And I argue that we learn in the history of humankind, human capacity for symbolic socio-cultural transformation actually allow us to comprehend the complexities of human creativity. And human creativity in all fields, sectors, allow for democratic shaping of technology. Without it, we cannot. Right? So those are sort of like more conceptual paradigm shifting. That's number two. Number three, number two in terms of my intervention. Number three is how we see the relationship between the South and the North. So in the current debates, many parts of the global South, if you look at the industry, right, promotion report and commentaries of ads, many parts of the global South are being seen as recipients of ready-made technology. Like I'm kind of repeating my point, they are not part of designer or decision makers. The global South are treated as the extension of existing or larger global inequities and the extractive nature to extract. Indonesia is love. India is love. For what? For market. Meta loves Indonesia, but not to invent something useful, because Indonesia is big. It's a big country to market. It's the future of marketing of all companies. And that's a very extractive relationship. And then the global south or homegrown or local technologies are either not built to compete with northern made or designed for natives or local. It's because it's always like really think about how to make the southern version of something that is already northern made, right? Another one is much of technological infrastructure or system are imported, right? Or is not imported. They're all imported. Even when assembly in Indonesia, assembly in China, is the logic of it is imported with less regard to socio-cultural context. The development and experiences in the global south in the context of research is sometimes always seen as being derivative of the global north, and I think that's incorrect, because I think the global south needs to be studied and addressed is in their own right, not derivative of the global north. The global south has to be the main site to study, to craft methods. Global South as methods. We don't borrow. And I'm like, this is actually not only in digital space, has been doing this in my career. I said, no, don't force me to use Southeast Asia or Indonesia as to justify theory that is tested in the US. When I was writing about algorithmic enclave, someone commented, because it's kind of like, why don't you study Trump and then, apply it to Indonesia? I said, no, because I will write about Indonesia, and we could learn about Indonesian case, and it could be used to study Trump. I think there is inferiority in social science, humanities, right? That we borrow as if the methods come from the north. And I think this is carry on when we study digital society as well. Because especially so, I think when we study something technological or digital, I think Global South is and should be the main study when we talk about digital society in Global South. As a method, site to conceptualize and philosophize, to understand, analyze, design, developmental, post-colonial, decolonial, techno-social, techno-cultural practices. The Global South should be the main site to compare, learn, and innovate the justice-driven techno-social system. And we could challenge. I'm not saying forget the global north. No, right? There's already things been written. I'm not, because I think if I throw away everything that we learn about global north, I repeat the coloniality mental or paradigm that the north has imparted. So I think we all have to understand what has been studied, because we're kind of behind, right? So what's been studied is valuable for us. But then, and what I propose is not necessarily the only way to do it, right? But for example, I really think we need to kind of like find ways on how to make them work to the benefit of both sides. So what we learn is this from what from the global north, right? So this is the kind of vocabularies that are sort of like being scripted. So the north has been dealing, probably in the last 20 years, from the kind of more older type of digital society to now Earth report, they really look at data-driven technology as tool subject to human ingenuity, right? There is a concept of bias and fairness they're trying to resolve within their own region. Accountability, transparency, explainable technology, responsible technology. I think those are useful. But I think we cannot just simply import those vocabulary in order to really analyze and understand when digital tech society being unraveled in the South. What I can see, and I'm pretty preliminary actually here, is that even in terms of vocabularies, actually in the global South, we could really look at the experiences driven, not data driven, experiences driven as a tool to understand how technologies are embedded in everyday ways of life, right? How data/techno inequality probably being carried out in the everyday usage, how data techno justice, right? And trying to, instead of equity, how about justice? How about human dignity instead of just simply human right? How about sovereignty, data and technology sovereignty instead of extractivism, right? How about, so juxtaposing what happened, which is I think what extractivism is, we recognize that happening, and we really see how experiences within the localities might find space and practices that give hope to sovereignties. What kind of practices that challenge colonialism, whether it's data or techno or digital colonialism, right? And these are just some kind of exercise, right? I think in global South, and I learned from my time in Indonesia and other places in Southeast Asia, that's this particular part of the world showcase experiences. Like I was like spending some time in Indonesia, and the way Indonesian use adaptability, agility of Indonesian with cell phone, right? And how people unconsciously injecting very local social practices into everything, right? Without actually without having to understand the apps. I think it's fascinating. And I think, except that right now, I think the notion of gotong royong, the notion of curhat, I'm arguing that all the politics of digital politics in Indonesia is stem from curhat, right? All scandal, all the better the curhat person you are, the more likely to be viral, whether you're a politician. And curhat tend to be private in the past, like in the early internet. And now it's become like curhat become the essence of everything, right? Except that it is hijacked by marketing logic. What if we use that all kind of local practice to find ways to hack, to intervene, right? To intervene the logic of extractivist logic, right? And so basically, I think simply trying to find different ways, and this is like a very limited vocabularies, but I think that there are ways to to keep going on, right? To find concept and vocabulary that emerge from the experience of the Global South themselves, rather than technology-driven vocabulary or global North vocabularies in our research. Because I think that's, by doing so, we use the right tool, the right knives to really unravel what's really going on, peeling the layers of digital society. What digital society look like? And even Global South is too big, right? As an umbrella term, right? Because Indonesia would be different than Sri Lanka, right? I mean, in Bandung is different than Papua, right? Or even in Bandung, my parents live in Dayak. Kalau ngesot sedikit nggak ada sinyal. Ya, pindah ke dapur gitu, si mamah nggak ada, WA-nya nggak jalan. Ya, jadi kalau WA tuh si mamah harus itu berdiri dekat pintu gitu kan. Ngesot, cenah leungit ieu teh kumaha cenah. Itu kan I think this is all recognizing I think to think about Global South is important and I'm a generalist, so I'm thinking about the broader picture, but also always anchor our study into, I think there is a virtue and there is a benefit of studying, hooking into something local, spatiality, but also socioculturally, right? And that's, I think, where differing experience, the richness experience, techno experience in everyday life of the Global South will contribute so much to our understanding of digital society by using Global South as a main site of its own right. And I will close my presentation by showing this the last one. So basically, the last slide. So what I'm proposing is, like, in order to really study, to really understand, not to repeat the old coloniality mindset, right, in studying every techno that come to in the history of humankind. I think we need to, first, there are three things that I think is to really look at the technology and society relationship as a dialectic relationship, as mutual shaping, co-shaping. Dismantling technocentrism, techno-neutrality. I would rather going to probably the last, this one probably. Techno-neutrality. And in Indonesia, for example, which is you could change the word Indonesia by other country or by the South. Digital data, algorithm, AI technology in Global South are product of Indonesian economic, social, and political system. Inequality and justice focus needs to be for whom and to whose benefit. And the second is to really think that experiences of the South matter. The Global South, I repeat, my main point, should be as the main site to study, craft methods, conceptualize, not borrowing, not importing, right? To philosophize in order to actually create a kind of theory that grow from within, theories and concept that decolonial construct, right? The Global Site as the main site to learn, to research, innovate, and build justice-driven socio-cultural technosystem. And I think the third that I propose is to combine tech experiences-driven and data techno-driven. Data, techno, inequality, and data technology. Inequality is more techno, right? Experience is justice experience. Human dignity and human rights. Data, techno activism, and data techno sovereignty, colonialism, and post-colonial, decolonial technology. So hopefully, I think this is big, right? And I really hope that this is big, and then I'm scratching the surface, but I hope all of you could continue the conversation, and I'm thankful thank you so much for listening to me, and I welcome any question, comments, and anything at all. Thank you again. Atur nuhun.
Well, thank you to Prof. Madeline. It's such an insightful presentation. So thank you so much. Probably Prof. Madeline has conveyed how something mismatched with the local characteristic that must be addressed. We talk about the gap between the global South and global North and so forth. But I think we will continue the discussions with our participants. So now we are moving to the Q&A sessions where our speakers will address the inquiries you've shared. So for all of the participants, I encourage you to continue to submit your questions through the comment feature or raise your hands. So we will continue this session with Q&A session. So is there any participant who wants to asking some questions? Just raise your hand. Masih malu-malu kayaknya nih Prof ya. Kalau belum ada, probably I will commence questions from me at first. So ada di sini kayaknya. Oh, okay. Okay, we have Pak Tatang Sudrajat here, which will asking probably Pak Tatang.
Okay.
And open your mic. Tell us your name, your background, and exactly your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Alia, as moderator. Bu Takia. I am Tatang Sudrajat from University of Sangga-Buana, Bandung. My question to Professor Lim. As we know, if we discuss about relation between human being and technology, I remember to opinion from Professor Puspo Wardoyo, academician from Indonesia in philosophy and culture. He said that if we discuss about development, human being, and technology, in fact, we see in day-to-day activity that all activities of human being become one phenomenon he said as dehumanization, dehumanisasi. Yeah, in one side, technology, especially in information and communication technology, is very, very important for our activities in all things. But in another side, technology become downgrade, downgrading maybe our dignity, our personality as human, as humanity. I want to know what opinions from Professor Lim about these phenomena, especially maybe in Indonesia and in Canada. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, probably it's time to Prof. Madeline Lim to ask to answer the questions.
Terima kasih hatur nuhun Pak Tatang Sudrajat for the questions. I think there are two ways to look at it, right? Of course, well, you know, when there is a saying, if what you have is a hammer, everything looks like nails, right? Even when they're like other things. Jadi kalau misalnya, I think cara pandang menentukan apa yang kita lihat. So, on one hand, I agree that technology, if we really see, I think there is sort of like if we compare to this is technology and what happened before and what we perceive as the ideal practice of humanity, any changes to that will make us dystopian. And if we go back to philosophy of technology, philosophy of science technology, there are differing opinion on this, right? But I'm actually not necessarily utopian or dystopian. But I think because seeing technology as the savior is wrong, but also seeing technology as the cause of human misery and alienation and undemocratic and also dehumanization, right? I think is only partially right. Because I think there is something about human agency, especially collective agency, is not individual agency. Because for every single dehumanization effect of technology is sitting on other things, actually. They're sitting on human behavior, mostly collective or individual behavior, right? It's not like, is that technology gonna like do something by itself, right? There is human hands. But also for every single thing that is positive, right? Let's say when we get together during COVID, we create solidarity, beautiful humanity, right? When we face the challenges together, and I've seen it in Indonesia for sure, right? Where communities online in the crisis, because we couldn't see face to face, and that we actually in the midst of challenges, we get together and using the tools, whether it's WhatsApp or anything, digital connection transform into something very humane. We cannot credit WhatsApp, right, only, but WhatsApp has. So what I'm talking about, this whole very dialectic, right? That's technology has agency. Technology, I think, especially information technology. And yes, we have to be part of it, dehumanize us, but not all of it, right? I think, and I think in the process of dehumanization, I think we cannot just simply blame the technology, because there is our hands. There is our ada peran kita juga. At the same time, the reverse of it, I think, there's part of certain technology, even though it's not created, technology doesn't create to democratize, technology wasn't created to make us more humane. There is a power of us, especially collective agency, to really transform particular feature, not entire technology, to actually humanize. So I think this sort of like there is a battle, right? The battle between process of rehumanization and dehumanization. And it's not merely it's not merely revolve around technology itself, but also not totally only the human being, but I think the whole integrated agency between the two. And I think there is no agency, like absolute agency in individual, right? Because technology and individual, that mostly we cannot win the battle. But collectivism, by collectively using it together for something like greater good, for justice, for solidarity, I think that we could rehumanize, redefine what it means to be human together. So that's my answer. I hope. Thank you so much for the questions.
Okay, thank you, first, Prof. Melina Lim. Probably Pak Tatang have any response to Professor Melina, or you think enough?
I think enough, Bu Takia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, do we have any participant who will asking to Prof. Melina? You can raise your hand. Okay, Prof, probably I have something that interesting that you've mentioned about technology is important, but it is challenging to adopt. It wouldn't reduce inequality. It's very, I think that it's quite relevant to several cases. Like in a global south, we found some of the gap, or in the practical issues, like we know Cambridge Analytica and the issues have been in Kenya and so forth. Like we see there is a large company which have economic objectives, and some people call it a kind of or a part of digital colonialism. Some people call it like invasion. So, but I don't know how the real concept of digital colonialism and the role of that large company. So, but my concern is how to ensure that the widespread of access to digital technology in global south, it is well prepared, or we can prevent the digital divide, for instance, or we can prevent the development issues. So what do you think about that, Prof?
So I think like I said, technology, right? Digital technology wasn't designed to alleviate justice. So I think it was a wishful thinking from the beginning anyway, to really think that I think there was a wrong, absolutely flawed logic in relying on technology as if, leapfrog technological development proven wrong, right? Just because we built whatever technology doesn't really create anything, right? Because I think within that thinking, there is the belief that technology is the driver, but in reality, it's not, right? So what is needed is that to understand, to really adopt technology and to create structure, right? That sort of, whether it is and sort of like a plan to, when you have something like I said, I was talking about batik dress that is too big that I have to alter, right? Yeah, you still, that technology that was not designed for justice, you need to alter it, right? Basically, instead of just simply, let's make all data online, right? As if being online will save everybody. I think, no, we need to online for what, right? And different, you need sort of like a layer, because I think what happened with injustice is technology amplifies. Technology actually doesn't actually create from status quo, right? Doesn't create from emptiness. For example, we have this polarization in Indonesia, but it wasn't created by social media. It was amplified by social media. It's not like with nothing suddenly, oh, technology make it bad. You are becoming bad. You're becoming bad. Let's polarize. This is 54 people. No, if we are not polarized before technology came, when technology came, it will not polarize us. If we were not divided before whatever technology came, we would be fine, right? So there is something that is being underneath. So first we need to thinking technology is not going to solve, but it could be used, right? So we have to rather reverse thinking rather than this is technology direct the justice. We have to create program for justice first. What does it mean to alleviate justice, to alleviate inequalities in Indonesia? Let's say, what do people do? I think people have already done a lot of community-based, right? Especially during COVID, and then could be carried out, right? That being in a smaller group. So we bring technology into what we do rather than asking technology to solve problems. So it is actually very different kind of paradigm really thinking. And I think in really thinking about development, the government, university have to reverse that. Don't rely on technology to provide solution, but bringing technology into socio-cultural economic solution that we create on the ground, right? And using technology to amplify certain part, not everything, that could be more accelerated. For example, if we needed to reduce costs, to disseminate faster, right? To reach wider geography. So it is not shouldn't be the central of our solution to anything related to inequality. I think we have Siti Alia.
Yes. We have Siti Alia for the last participant. Probably we considering about the time, so we please you.
Sorry, my camera had some trouble, I think. It's okay?
Yes.
Yeah. We still can hear you.
Okay, thank you for the kasih kesempatannya untuk I'm asking questions. Professor Lim, in Indonesia, especially in West Java, based on my experience, when I visiting village, based on several interview with village heads, it was very regrettable that some people and many youths use cell phones or technology only for showing off on social media, playing games, which apparently doesn't make them more productive, but instead makes them even more lazy. What is your view on this phenomenon that occur in village in Indonesia, and how the government should take a role about it? Maybe that's my questions.
Thank you for the question. So I think so what is the most prominent usage of mobile social media that easily seen, right? I think selfie. How many selfie are produced every single second? Right? I bet it's like billions. Right? In the past, taking photograph is actually expensive, right? But now, how many of you going places and taking hundreds of pictures, you don't even see again because it's just too much. To sort is taking time, right? So I think what people in the village is actually adopted digital technology like later, especially in rural areas. So with the delay in adopting, typically what happened is you kind of like follow. So in linear development, like people in the West, for example, right? People in, let's say, if you're born in LA, you would have a phone, and then you would have a fiber cable, and you have cell phone and have smartphone, and you know, a computer, right? So there is like a sort of like linear incremental development. In Indonesia, we don't. We bypass the phone, we bypass cable. So we never actually learn how to grow digitally. I was a computer geek. Even when I was in Indonesia, I didn't have a computer. I was like always somewhere computer, right? So until today, I do everything in computer rather than on cell phone. This is sort of like becoming habit, right? So habit is agency in itself, right? So that layer that we go through. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening in Indonesia, Global South. So people go to the easy one. It's very hard to, you cannot simply blame Indonesian from jumping to one-liner and taking selfie, taking picture is the easiest way to do it. And for people in the village, they even worse, right? Because they didn't know any other technology, and suddenly you have that smartphone. So there is a so-called of repertoire of usage. Repertoire is like what you know, right? In terms of what technology could possibly do. And if what you know, that what you see on social media is mostly selfie, your point of reference in your behavior of usage is going that way. When I did research in Indonesia, and I was like I wrote about this and this is not even recent. It was several years ago. Many people didn't know Wikipedia, none, right? When I'm asking about, do you have internet in your, or do you have, asking about Google, right? I search in Google, I think only 1 out of 4 know Google, but all of them know Facebook, right? Like there was like in the college, there were like kiosks where you could open Facebook account, and they will keep your password in your account. So you'll come back, if you forget your password, you pay 5,000. So like by the side of the street, right? So it's interesting, right? And that's how you learn about technology, right? Like beli pulsa, right? And then, this is how to do. So I think we need to sort of like literacy, right? In order, because we need to, if we want to introduce digital technology to rural areas, remote areas, villages, we cannot just give them technology, because technology doesn't solve whatever. And first you have to create affordances. What is called affordances? Affordances is like condition that enable user to achieve what is the goal. If the goal is, let's say, and it could be specific, right? In certain places, what is lacking, right? Probably you need a certain literacy. Even the literacy needs to be very tailored to what they need. I think we cannot just blame them from, they don't really know, they're only taking picture, because that's what the point of reference is, right? We need to enrich them with, there are more things we could do with the phone, for example, right? And I simply believe that any individual usage of technology wouldn't contribute much, any alteration in individual behavior. The only way to challenge the extractivist nature, right, or capitalistic nature and the whole lifestyle, taking selfie and whatever, which is nothing bad about it, but except that it doesn't do anything to justice, is by collective, right? Creating some sort of collective. Indonesia is beautiful in terms of collective and communal culture. What does it mean for the entire village to do something communally with digital technology, right? I think we have to introduce, train, interject, and definitely there need to be some kind of capacity building, right? For them to actually realize they have agency with the support of this technology collectively. So I think needs to be intentional. You cannot just deploy devices. Like I support all this governmental techno-oriented development because I think, but mobile internet is different than listrik, right? Waktu program listrik masuk desa itu kan memang tahu-tahu bisa ada listrik gitu kan. It's different. It's not listrik. Is not something you use. Listrik is actually like water, right? But so we cannot equate. It's a very different approach, right? So I think what to do with listrik, you cannot do anything, just be, right? Lights, like that. But there is something you need to know. Cuma kalau bisa cekracking listrik, tahu lah listrik nyala gitu kan. Tapi kalau ini kan enggak. Because also I think there's something about digital technology that the pathway is like going everywhere. So if you are not directed to certain given affordance, it could go this array, right? Will not reaching the purpose that we meant that technology to do. So I think needs to be some kind of intentional, the program that is intentional, and a lot of society sort of like packages, literacy, social support that has to go beyond technology, technological fix.
Thank you, Professor
1
Lim.
menit. Makasih ya. Hatur nuhun ya.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Melina Lim. I would say hatur nuhun. Your hatur nuhun is so lekoh in Sunda.
Ya, itu biasa. Abdi mah di Dayakolot tuh.
Yeah, we are in the same, Prof, coming from Bandung Regency. So, as we approach the end of this enriching discussions, and we have explored mind-blowing topics, I think I would like to introduce today's main discussions. So, Prof. Merlina probably mentions that we never really design on someone in the South. It's never really designed on someone in the South. I mean, technology, digitalizations, like it doesn't fit, but we cannot blame the user of technology because of the gap. But we need the recipe to build the reality in shaping absolute agency. So digitalness need mutual shaping, a perspective of socio-technical, and need a shape of understanding of what we need and what the hope. So I think something that is interesting as well, technology in the global South, it's not built to compete with global North, but it's built to enhance local competitiveness, something like that probably. So I think to support that, we probably need to introduce something. And in my opinion, that we have to play a role in explore more through research in academics. So yeah, to address all of the issues, to address all of the problems in the global South, that we need to study about the region as well. So I also want to extend my gratitude to our speakers and audience, that your insightful presentations and active participations and our unwavering commitment to pursue the knowledge have made these discussions getting a success. So lastly, I hope that what we are obtained today will contribute to our knowledge improvements. And thank you for this session. Thank you for Prof. Melina Lim. So we will continue to the next panel discussions, and I will take it back to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Takia as the moderator in our keynote speaker session. And now we are going to have a 5-minute breaks before our first sessions begin. And to all the speakers on the first sessions, I would like you maybe to start preparing for your presentation. And we will also have our moderator, Takia, to also moderate the first session. So I'm suggesting to all the participants to not leave the Zoom session first, as we will continue in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Merlina Lim atas kehadirannya. Ya,
Sama-sama.
oke. Bila berkenan boleh tetap juga kalau ada mungkin sudah terlalu larut malam boleh juga istirahat di
Iya,
sana.
inginnya mah tetap, tapi ini udah mau midnight ya.
Oke,
Eh,
ya Bang.
Jadi harus di sana harusnya dibalik gitu mulainya malam sampai
Oh
subuh.
gitu, ya. Nanti kita buat seperti itu ya.
Nah,
Oke,
nantilah
oke.
kapan-kapan saya kalau acaranya in person gitu, kebetulan saya ada di Bandung.
Ya.
Ya,
Oke, thank you.
mudah-mudahan bakal ada di Indonesia mungkin
Ya,
2025.
ya. Let me know when you are landing in
Yeah. I think
Tatar
of course
Sunda.
it's like anyway.
Ya.
Saya mau pamit. Thank you for this, and I thank you for the opportunities. I enjoy the interaction, and I wish you all fruitful engagement within the next 2 days. And congratulations for the second conference.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Oke, mangga atur nuhun.
Atur nuhun. Bye-bye.
Ibu Putri, Bu boleh kita mulai 1 menit lagi untuk bisa mempersiapkan panel session 1, juga mengingatkan speaker untuk slide mereka ya untuk di sesi 1.
Sure.
Thank you.
barangkali ada yang help me to rubah approval co-hostnya. Pak Punten belum bisa rubah co-hostnya.
Sorry? Oke, silakan.
Can alter the co-host.
Oh iya, Ibu, sorry, Pak Paska dan Pak Acep, Punten, speaker bisa dijadikan co-host karena mereka akan presentasi slide langsung. Bu Putri bisa dijadikan co-host juga. Oke, Bu Putri, you are co-host now. Oke.
Okay, well, thank you, Pak. So, remain good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this panel discussions on session 1. So, I will introduce myself again. My name is Takia Rini Putri, and I'll be moderating this session. So, before we begin, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists who have joined us today. We have Ms. Sofia Maulida, Ms. Echmi Rohimah, Mr. Muhammad Dimas Maulana, Ms. Ashifa Putri Larasati, also Mr. Muhammad Nurul Fadilah. So the purpose of today's discussions is to delve into the key issues surrounding digitalizations, and we are together will gain valuable insight from our panel's expertise. So we will explore various perspectives and ideas to get the better understand and challenge our opportunities to present by these topics. So I will give some of the intro. Probably every presenter has 15 minutes, consists of 10 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for Q&A sessions. And throughout these sessions, I encourage all the participants to actively engage and involve in our discussions. And if you have any questions or comments, please raise your hands or using chat feature in Zoom channels. So we'll ensure that we will address all of the questions during the Q&A segment. And probably please note that this panel discussions will be conducted entirely in English. However, if anyone require clarification or assistance, feel free to let me know, and I'll be more happy to accommodate. And now, considering about the time, we begin this insightful discussions, and we will get an enlightening conversations. And without further ado, I'd like to invite our first panelist, Miss Sofa Maulida, with her research finding entitled Labor Market Inclusivity Through Artificial Intelligence Competency-Based Assessment for Corporate Social Responsibility Recipient Groups. Ms. Sofia, the floor is yours. You can share your presentation.
Yes, thank you. I'm ready.
Okay.
For my PowerPoint, please.
I haven't seen it yet.
Maaf, apakah terlihat PowerPoint saya?
Lihat. Lihat.
Maaf, sebentar. Mohon maaf, bisa dibantu ini saja sama tim panitia karena problem.
Okay, wait. You can send your presentation in a meeting chat box. Bisa di-share presentasinya di meeting chat barangkali.
Baik, sebentar.
Is the presentation can be seen?
Yes, let's go ahead. Yeah, we
Yes.
can see.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sofia Dinu Maulida. I'm from Universitas Nasional, Faculty Knowledge Social and Science, study program Politics Sociology. Today, I will explain the abstract paper that has been I submit at the Bandung Conference International on Social Science about labor market inclusivity through artificial intelligence competency-based assessment for corporate social responsibility recipient groups. Next. Okay, directors part first explain about background behind from exist a labor market inclusiveness program workshop assessment-based artificial intelligence competency for group recipient of corporate CSR that see fact ever increasing technology rapidly make its subscription power work because already can done you by increasingly advanced technology. So stop this height until there is statement from expert Herbert Marcus Stokes on power liberation technology object as to be sex liberation, which is sort can say technology as human. That start again with Habermas statement that exists technology no can evade it. Even Habermas deliver understanding extreme technology ideology which means technology can become paradigm create values basement for various. Even with exist various opinion, they bring up thinking, the appearance, and AI. These are criteria like what look for a company or industry at utilises AI that in major recruitment worker. So fulfill a standard evaluation where there is gaps in qualification source power for the human or even reducement itself, in other words, even already an employee human. For example, exists the sophistication of AI. This example, Google search, which is the most AI use main moment in describing virtual assistant that deliver communication, the direction as well device on a smartphone and social media. Facebook can enable for detect face upload on social media. AI in cars capable, what could must be driven by humans. In the field of health AI, it's also used for detect coronavirus 19. Temporary it, which is a problem naturally must the movement and change in order between psychology and parents worker socialities or our balance with whether is need relevant solution to phenomena this. So they probably the must create a power market inclusive in work. Power market work the crypto collaboration between government and companies in Indonesia in base form of CSR, technology and assessment. From the extent of CSR, this is an obligation for us issue company in law number 40 of 2007 concerning limited liability companies as well regulation government no 47 of 2017 concerning corporate social and environmental responsibility is limited. Also, if C2 phenomenon now is company give a possible CSR, not in accordance with what is needed by society. The company only give a CSR without thinking about as a manner sustainable. So that with matter this need chance with access giving CSR based as driving force or capital that supports the self-help program competence-based technology and assessment. Okay, thank you. Ensure this reference for determining qualification review works from the recruitment process. That universal quality section, it is normal criteria and standard of candidate for future social. Joining the company is also must be considered from in term of education and also intelligence, expertise, and accordance file and build cells. Then verifically leads to situational negotiation. What only matter with future works influential to impact company. Then move on the matter of the actual horizontal cross section refers to collectivity, reference or recommendation from family, friends, network professional, or other companies have employee worker. Then candidate work is fulfill qualification or not review from experience, job internship, and assume. Okay, next, refer from thinking, Philip Gerla. As reader, want to give a letter, a picture capable become a solution already. Time discussed through utilization of CSR, based technology, and mandatory assessment given by a company. However, in accordance with need partner who are given the CSR. So later company take advantage of AI as base for provide CSR, public where company corporate. However, because it is CSR must given according need public local, so that need access solution of AI in accordance real help AI livelihood. They are there's shortly AI have lost capable can company for make it easy society. On a universal validity capable criteria, related exit assessment subtest is addressed to public in the region that is subject to SSR. Then onto negotiation situational, that after a training-based AI technology will enforce zoning recruitment existing workers in the region. That is society to be CSR. Goals by the company is target in give a valid job. Then for reference is evaluation from a company after have training in from certificate recognized training. Okay, then for individual qualification that later worker social, this is for the standard company qualification after carry out the training provide through assessment community self-help. Okay, on the implementation of the program, it is necessary access step beginning for people activity that there is first access agreement, government, companies, and communities in provide CSR in the form of self-subsistence companies besides AI, then access self-substance public informed coursework in relevant form of AI, witness society subject to CSR. After holding a training coursework, the output get recognized certificate company. For mother had agreement recruitment to already residents get AI training-based technology and consider public qualification from company. Such program expects there is implementing company so that we access renewal about giving CSR, give innovation, especially education about technology from of AI. Step beginning, no technology, especially for workers' social need education without must emit first cost for good confusion future experts can use for combat with worker social or this other yourself on a company. In addition, the benefits that will obtain from a program is a symbiosis mutualism for government, companies, and also of society. That is when public get a skill through program training according to AI relevant with a need public local, as well get output of the from certificate officially recognized by the company. The society can register self a candidate worker in the company. It can register yourself another company or even develop his level through existing AI technology tools. For companies alone capable net consider society on capable ability format as employee stay. And government get benefits, movement minimize unemployment if the program can run because support well-being social. Okay, to conclusion from export unrelated to the proposed program is expect access innovation of inspiring CSR companies in Indonesia and more impact on sustainable well-being social with utilities AI technology. So that access statement AI challenge and opportunities is precisely the challenge is creates opportunity for public, especially in the following being social. Okay, thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sophia. It's such an illustrate-based presentation, such a great illustrate-based presentation. So we have 4 minutes left for participant who wants to ask to Miss Sophia. Is there any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Ichmi, raise hand. You can open your microphone and tell us your background. And
Yeah,
just
Sophia, I would like to ask about study of Sophia, yeah, about the implementation, yeah. I forget the title.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's about okay.
just I want to know, but what is the indicator of your measurement to know that AI is so effective in your study?
Okay, thank you,
Yeah, what is the
Miss.
answer? Yeah.
Okay. For this is my program is collaboration, government, social, local, and company to give CSR to training. This is output. This is training certificate based on CSR, terus AI and intelligent noun. This. Okay, enough, Miss siapa ini?
Oh, I think it's still unclear enough, yeah. But it's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Probably
you.
we have any discussions for the next future in the next meeting session. So I think for Miss Sophia, thank
Yes.
you, and Bumeli, thank you so much. So we're going to move to the next speaker. So we here have Miss Ichmi Rohmah, if I'm not mistaken. Miss or Mr.? Miss, yeah?
Yes.
Miss Ichmi Rohmah. And she has a research finding entitled Trust and Sociability in Algorithm Circle. Sorry. So the time and the floor is yours, Miss Ichmi.
Yes. Thank you. I want to share my PPT. Thank you this opportunity for me. I'm Ismi Yani Arinda Rohmah. I'm from Department of Sociology, Universitas Nasional. I will present my paper on trust and sociability in algorithm circle, that is in the X application users. The X application, this is Twitter, yes, Twitter. And the next event, this is X application. The development of digital technology today has a lot of influence on social change in society. One of the changes that occurred with the people began of build trust in algorithm in systematic computing. Trust built by individual and group in algorithm circle has urgency in making decisions in various fields, social, economic, political, and others. The algorithm is a systematic set of interaction in a competition to solve a problem. This is the circle algorithm in the X application contains several instructions, including popular trends, and then user engagement, user relation, content presentation, and others. This is a user control, and then algorithm transparency, interaction impact, privacy, data controls, and transparency in advertising and promotion. This is circle algorithm in the X application or Twitter. And then Francis Fukuyama, in his book Trust the Social Virtues, emphasizes that trust involved in individual belief that other people will act in a way that is beneficial or at least not detrimental. This trust allows individuals to feel safe in interacting and collaborating with others without worrying about risks. Fukuyama also highlights the importance of trust in creating social relations. Trust plays an important role in the wider cooperation in society. And then several types of trust, namely personal trust, impersonal trust, social trust, and generalized trust. And the following are the psychosocial network of social X user. In this case, I conduct a social network analysis or SNA of application X user which discuss IKN or Ibu Kota Nusantara. Ibu Kota Nusantara in February 4, 2023. The result of the SNA social network analysis show that of the 2,500 users of the X application who discussed the IKN, several main actors were the most dominant, influencing the arguments of other actors in the discussion of the IKN. You see actors initial ZR. Nah, this is in degree for use 121, and then in degree for use is the number of connection that enter the network node, and then the odd degree for you in the number of connection that come out of the network node. The degree for you in the total number of connection in the network node. And then the result of the SNA, when trust is built, then it will create sociability in circle. According to Francis Fukuyama, sociability refers to the ability of individuals and communities to form and maintaining strong, trusting social relationship based on shared norm and values. There are several characteristics of sociability is trust, ability to interact, cooperation, active participant, and then strong relationship. The next slide. This is based on the result of text network analysis, TNA, shows that there is a network of communication and interaction that is built between user of the X application, resulting in the filtering of information that is often discussed and linked to the main discussion. In the case study example, several discussions related to IKN can be seen. This is IKN pemerataan ekonomi, and then hashtag IKN sejahterakan Indonesia, and then kota dunia untuk semua, China, and then investor, loyalty, and Kalimantan Island. Some of things that are often associated with discussion IKN in application X are economic equality, investor. And then, yes, trust and sociability in the algorithm filter bubble. Nah, the filter bubble is a term that refers to the phenomena where be social media algorithm present content then is personally tailored to its user based on their preference, behavior, and browsing history. This can result in user being trapped in a narrow and isolate information circle where they are only exposed to views, opinion, and information that in align with the views they already hold. Some of effect product with the bubble, filter bubble algorithm are limit preference, content personalization, and then argumentation strengthening, polarization, and close attitude. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Where's my, wait.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Ichmi. So, do we have any questions in these sessions? So, do all the participants have something interesting or fascinating about this issue related to the trust and sociability in an algorithm circle? So if you have any question, just raise your hand, or you can write down your question through Zoom meeting chat. We have probably 3 minutes left. Okay, if there's no questions, I would like to continue to our next speaker. There's Mr. Muhammad Dimas Maulana with the research findings about tafsir as a medium of social criticism, the impact of internet on online newspaper tafsir in Indonesia. So, Mr. Muhammad Dimas, do you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Are
Yes,
you ready?
can you hear? Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so the floor is yours, Mr. Dimas.
Okay, thank you for the MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Muhammad ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa ba'du. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Dimas Maulana. I am a master student of the Faculty of Islamic Studies at the Indonesian International Islamic University, Depok, West Java. So in this occasion, I would like to present my paper entitled Tafsir as a Medium of Social Criticism, the Impact of Internet on Online Newspaper Tafsir in Indonesia. So in this research, I am trying to analyze what's actually the impact of internet on the dissemination of online tafsir in Indonesia. Okay, so previous research on online tafsir in Indonesia, they all treated online tafsir the same as tafsir based on books. So that is why you can see here they focus their research on the methodology, epistemology, ideology, and values of online tafsir. So they assume that online tafsir is only a shift of tafsir from books or papers to online media, such as websites or other social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. So this is the research gap that I would like to fill in this study. I want to analyze what is actually the impact of the internet on the content of online tafsir in Indonesia. And so my research question is online tafsir merely a shift of Quran interpretation from paper or books to websites or social media, or is there any fundamental radical effects of this shift that influence the content of the online tafsir? So is there any effect on the content of the online tafsir? Well, in this study, I am taking Tafsir Al-Quran Aktual as my case study to see the radical impact of the internet on online tafsir. You can see here, this is the homepage of Tafsir Al-Quran Aktual, and then this is the publication, the interpretation of the Quran. So Tafsir Al-Quran Aktual is a website-based online tafsir that has been written by Kiai Haji Musta'in Syafi'i. So Kiai Haji Musta'in Syafi'i is a traditional Islamic scholars who reside in Jombang. He is also the leader or Kiai, the leader of Pesantren Madrasatul Quran in Jombang. So he has been writing this tafsir since March 2000s up to present day. And the tafsir has been published daily on the bangsaonline.com website that operates under the umbrella of Jawa Post Group, whose CEO is Dahlan Iskan, a well-known senior journalist in Indonesia who trained Musta'in in writing an article on newspaper. So because Musta'in is only a traditional scholar, he did not have any skills in writing an article on newspaper. So Dahlan Iskan himself, he trained Musta'in the techniques of writing an article on newspaper. So this is about Tafsir Al-Quran Aktual and Musta'in Syafi'i. And for your information, because I assume that many of you are not studying Quranic interpretation or tafsir, so for your information, there are two approaches of interpreting Quran. The first one is textualist. Textualists, they only analyze the literal text of the Quranic verses. They don't care about the socio-historical context when the verses were revealed to Prophet Muhammad. So they are textualists. And the second one is contextualists. On the one hand, they analyze the literal text of the Quranic verses. On the other hand, they also emphasize the importance of the socio-historical context when the verses were revealed to Prophet Muhammad. And not stop in this effort, they also try to understand the context where they're living in. For example, today, if I want to interpret the Quran using contextualist approach, first one, I have to understand the text. And then the second one, I have to understand the context where the texts were revealed back then in the Prophet of Muhammad, in the era of Prophet Muhammad. And then I have to understand my context. If I can relate it, so I can contextualize the Quranic verses. And based on my reading, Kiai Haji Musa Shafi'i in this tafsir Al-Quran Al-Tuar, used contextualist approach. So he tried in interpreting the Quran, he tried to contextualize the verses he interpreted with the socio-political issues in his time. Okay. So my argument is that the advent of the internet does not only shift the medium of Quranic exegesis of our Quranic interpretation from papers or books to online media. So it's not merely the content of tafsir from books put in online media, no, but it has also altered the language style and the contents of interpretation. In the case of Tafsir Al-Quran Actual, I argued that since his tafsir is published for online newspapers, Musta'in attempts to contextualize the Quranic verses he interpreted with the contemporary social issues of Indonesia. Just like newspaper, the newspaper always reports the latest news. That is why Tafsir Al-Quran Actual, Musta'in did actually the same thing by contextualizing the verses Musta'in interprets with the newest socio-political issues. Consequently, he at times seems to rape Quranic verses interpreted to be relevant with the hottest socio-political issues in Indonesia. This is what I call with obsessional contextualization. He is obsessive, trying to contextualize every verse he interpreted today, to be contextualized, to be relevant with newest social political issues in Indonesia. This is the impact of the internet on the discourse of online tafsir in Indonesia. Let me give you an example. For example, when he interprets two verses of Surah Nahl, verse 99 and 100. So these two verses actually talk about Satan or Shaitan, who has no authority, who has no power over believers. So he cannot influence believers. This is the main message of the verse 99 and 100 of Surah An-Nahl. There is no political issues that these two verses have nothing to do with political issues. But when Musta'in tried to interpret this surah, these two verses of Surah An-Nahl, he seeks to contextualize the verses by connecting them with the social issues happening in Indonesia, which is at the time, it was the 2016 Jakarta gubernatorial election. So there is, if you still remember, there were three candidates of Jakarta governor at the first round, which then ended with only two candidates, Anies Baswedan, Muslim, and also Basuki Cahayapurnama, or Christian Chinese. So Musta'in here, he tried to liken Ahok with the Satan in this verse, and he likened his Ahok supporters and everyone and those who vote for Ahok as people who deceived by Satan. So this is what I call obsessional contextualization. Actually, when I read many tafsir books, I don't find the interpretation of these two verses. I don't find any tafsir book say that these two verses have something to do with political issues. No, there is no. This is only about a statement that Satan will have no power over believers. But Musta'in here tried to connect it with the event of 2016 Jakarta gubernatorial election. He raped the Quranic verses here, tried to contextualize with the event, with the socio-political issue in his time, in 2016. So this is not on-point contextualization. This is the effect of the internet, because his interpretation is published on newspaper, online newspaper, the idea of newspaper is to report the hottest news, right? So that's why he tried to do so. By contextualize the verses he interpreted to connect it with the socio-political issues of his time. Okay, thank you. That's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's such a great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Dimas Maulana. So do we have any inquiry related to this presentation? Just asking through meeting chat or raise your hands. Okay, we have Bu Irma Riani, which raised her hand. So, okay. I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Pak Dimas, for your presentation. It is
it's lagging.
It's quite a big signal.
Presentation actually. I have a
I can't hear you.
Hello, Bu?
Bu Irma,
Okay.
sorry, you can repeat your questions.
Okay. My question is, I just wondering whether this the phenomena of the representation of tafsir in the web, it is the content is whether it is to extend the authority of already established mufassir, like for example Ibnu Katsir, At-Tabari, or it is to extend their authority of the established mufassir into the online context, or whether the tafsir in the website, they are also trying to the new authority based on the person or admin who want to the ideal tafsir itself in the local context. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you can answer the questions. If there's something that you miss about the question, you can asking to Bu Irma.
Okay. Okay, I think I got the question, Bu Irma. Thank you for the question. Even though this, sometimes your voice are lagging, but it's okay. I still got the question. So the problem of online media is that you can put anything without mentioning your name. You can stay anonymous, right? You can stay without your name. So it's not about getting authority or extending the authority of the tafsir, but the problem is if you can, everyone can create website, everyone can create, everyone can put tafsir on their online website. So so it's not about extending the authority of the tafsir from books like Ibnu Katsir and other mufassir, but it's previous research said that it's only shift. It's like whatever book tafsir book, you only put the tafsir book on online. That's the idea. That's what the previous research understand. But what I see here, because Musta'in here try to contextualize the Quranic verses he interpreted with this with the socio-political issue in his time. That is why he's obsessive. He forced the verses interpreted to be relevant with his issue. And so for a question, I think it's not about extending the authority, because everyone can create website, everyone can put tafsir on online website, in their website. So yeah, that's the problem, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So he tried to create his own authority, I guess.
Yes,
Okay.
In this case, he's actually has authority. I mean, because he is a kiai, a very prominent kiai in East Java, but also he's controversial because of his some opinions about Islamic law. But in this case, he is extending, he is extending his authority from offline media to online media.
Okay, that was well answered. Bu Irma probably has the bad signal again, but we have to continue considering about the time. So I hope we can enrich our discussion in the next session, probably. So we're going to move to the other speakers. Miss Ashifa Putri Larasati. Do you have Miss Ashifa here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Your research entitled Memes and Politics, a reverse agenda setting analysis of the use of the memes on social media as a tool of policy control in the city of Malang by Laksamana Caping. Caping or Chaping?
Caping, Laksamana
Oh,
Caping.
Laksamana Chaping ya. Kita bahasa Inggris jadi Caping, Chaping. No. So we're going to continue our discussion. So please consider about the time. You have 15 minutes, including your presentation and question and answer session. So you have the floor now.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I will present my research. Sebelumnya apa sudah ada? Okay. Terima kasih, saya Ashifa Putri Larasati. Saya akan mempresentasikan hasil penelitian saya yang berjudul Meme and Politics, an Analysis of Reverse Agenda Setting Through the Utilization of Memes on Social Media as a Policy Control Tool in Malang City by Laksamana Caping. I will present it in bahasa. Oke, yang pertama, latar belakang dari penelitian ini adalah adanya fenomena peningkatan penggunaan internet dari tahun 2020 sampai tahun 2021 dari 175,4 juta jiwa menjadi 202,6 juta atau peningkatan sebesar 11%. Survei ini dilakukan oleh Asosiasi Penyelenggara Jasa Internet Indonesia atau biasa dikenal dengan AJI. Fenomena peningkatan penggunaan internet ini menjadi momen baik, menjadi kesempatan tersendiri bagi setiap orang untuk menyampaikan kritiknya melalui internet. Sehingga internet digunakan untuk menyampaikan kritik terutama di era media digital seperti saat ini. Salah satu dari media kritik yang ada di internet adalah menggunakan meme. Biasanya meme ini digunakan sebagai lucu-lucuan aja, sebagai hal humoris. Tapi ada fenomena di mana penggunaan meme dilakukan untuk menyampaikan kritik. Meme menjadi media kritik dalam upaya melakukan kontrol kebijakan. Dan fenomena ini terjadi di Kota Malang yang dilakukan oleh seorang aktivis bernama Laksamana Caping. Laksamana Caping akrab juga dipanggil Caping. Caping ini menyebarkan meme-nya ini melalui Facebook. Daripada itu, dari latar belakang tersebut, adapun yang akan digali dari penelitian ini adalah menganalisis fenomena reverse agenda setting yang terjadi melalui meme yang dibuat oleh Laksamana Caping dalam upaya melakukan kontrol kebijakan pemerintah Kota Malang melalui meme-nya di media sosial Facebook. Ini ada meme yang telah dibuat oleh Caping di media Facebooknya, sekitar ada 5 meme. Sifat meme di sini merupakan meme kritik yang menggunakan bahasa campur, yaitu bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Jawa pengalaman, atau bahasa Jawa yang dibalik-balik. Sekitar ada 5. Yang pertama itu dari paling kiri atas ada kritik tentang...
Maaf, tidak kelihatan anunya Bu Larasati. PowerPoint-nya nggak bergerak tuh.
Oh, sebentar Pak, maaf.
Ya, nggak. Hanya yang pertama aja tadi. Ya, terima kasih.
Begini sudah terlihat Pak?
Ya udah.
Baik, begini saja ya. Ada 5 meme yang telah dibuat oleh Laksamana Chatting dalam Facebooknya. Yang pertama paling kiri atas itu ada meme tentang kritik sikap pemerintah mengatasi kebocoran pipa yang ada di Malang. Sebetulnya 3 meme di atas ini serangkaian, namun di uploadnya itu dalam waktu yang berbeda. Yang keempat ini 4 paling bawah kiri ini tentang sikap dari Bupati Malang tentang penanganan corona, tentang apa yang mengenai corona. Yang terakhir ini ada proyek kayu tangan yang dinilai saling melempar antara wali kota dengan DPRD Kota Malang. Oke. Dari hasil pengamatan tersebut ada didapat hasilnya yaitu reverse agenda setting ini terjadi dimulai dengan pengangkatan isu yang dilakukan oleh Laksamana Chatting dengan mengangkat isu yang terjadi di Kota Malang, isu yang sedang ramai dibicarakan oleh masyarakat. Kemudian isu tersebut diangkat dan dibuat meme. Isu tersebut diunggah melalui akun Facebooknya yang kemudian mendapat tanggapan dari jejaring sosial chatting, dari jejaring sosial chatting. Jejaring sosial di sini berperan sangat penting dalam penyebaran meme tersebut karena chatting ini ternyata memiliki jejaring sosial berupa sesama aktivis, jurnalis, dan juga komunitas-komunitas yang ada di Malang Raya. Chatting juga sering berhadapan dengan pemerintah sehingga chatting sendiri dikenal oleh pemerintah. Jadi bagi sosok pemerintah sendiri, Caping ini bukan orang baru, bukan orang baru yang sering mengkritik pemerintah. Dan pemerintah sudah tahu bahwasanya meme yang dibuat Caping ini benar-benar serius, memiliki alasan tertentu, bukan hanya sekadar bercandaan sendiri. Nah, jejaring sosial yang tadi menyebarkan tadi membuat perputaran penyebaran meme tersebut terus-menerus, sehingga meme ini menimbulkan tekanan tersendiri kepada pemerintah. Kemudian dari analisis fenomena reverse agenda setting ini, peneliti juga menemui adanya relasi kuasa dalam penerapan reverse agenda setting melalui meme. Dari hal yang terjadi, timbul reaksi dari pemerintah. Reaksi ini berupa tanggapan langsung, kemudian pengubahan kebijakan, dan sebagainya. Munculnya reaksi ini merupakan adanya indikasi pertarungan kekuasaan antara pihak yang mengkritik serta berpartisipasi dengan pemerintah. Dalam hal ini adalah pihak yang mengkritiknya adalah Caping melalui meme-nya, dengan pihak yang berpartisipasi yang merupakan jejaring sosial Caping yang turut menyebarkan meme Caping di media sosial yaitu Facebook. Menurut Haryat Mokol, idealnya pemerintah memiliki kuasa lebih besar dari yang diperintah. Namun dalam hal ini Caping dan pemerintah memiliki kedudukan yang seimbang. Caping memiliki kedudukan yang kuat dengan jejaring sosialnya, kemudian mampu mengkritik pemerintah ini. Kemudian daripada itu, oleh karenanya faktor-faktor tersebutlah yang mendukung terjadinya reverse agenda setting melalui meme yang dibuat oleh Caping tersebut. Kesimpulannya, reverse agenda setting memungkinkan sebuah isu diangkat oleh individu dengan mengekspos sisi yang terlupakan. Namun dalam hal ini, Caping memiliki kedudukan yang imbang dengan pemerintah, sehingga reverse agenda setting ini bisa berjalan. Kemudian Caping mengangkat sebuah isu menjadi meme bermuatan kritik dan diunggah melalui Facebook pribadinya. Kemudian meme tersebut mendapat reaksi dari teman media sosial Caping atau teman Facebooknya, lalu kemudian menyebarkan, sehingga pada akhirnya kritik ini dapat menjadi perbincangan dan terdengar sampai ke pemerintah. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asifa. It's quite interesting to talk about influence between politics, memes, and policy. So, is there any questions about these topics? So you can raise your hand to all of the participants. Okay, we have Patatang here, so you can turn on your microphone, please.
Okay, thank you, Bu moderators. Ya, to Ibu Larasati, I want to know because your presentation about the relationship between meme and politics. I want to know what your opinion or what your perception with about effectiveness effectiveness meme as one kind of social media, one kind of tool for citizen give critic or input to governments, because as we know today's and in the future, I think the use of information technology is very, very important and maybe more effective to forming the public policy. Thank you, Bu Larasati.
Thank you, Pak Tatang. Bu Larasati, Miss Larasati, you can answer Pak Tatang questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sudrajat. But I will answer your question in Bahasa. Is it okay?
Yeah, is that okay?
Mengapa meme ini bisa efektif untuk menyampaikan kritik kepada pemerintah? Betul, mungkin maksudnya Pak Tatang. Ya, baik, yang pertama kita semua tahu bahwasanya meme ini adalah gambaran sederhana, capture daripada fenomena yang terjadi di masyarakat, fenomena yang trending. Kemudian fenomena ini di-capture dan dibuat narasi atau ditambahkan tulisan dengan sederhana. Tulisan yang sederhana ini lebih gambar dengan tulisan yang sederhana ini lebih bisa dimengerti, lebih cepat menyebar daripada narasi yang panjang yang tersebar di internet. Kemudian penyebaran meme ini bisa kenapa melalui Facebook? Berdasarkan hasil wawancara, karena sebelumnya saya telah mewawancarai Laksamana Capim sendiri, bahwasanya tujuan utamanya selain mengkritik adalah bahwasanya agar masyarakat sendiri paham apa yang terjadi saat ini di lingkungan masyarakat dan harus mengerti bagaimana pemerintah sebagai pembuat kebijakan, pemerintah seharusnya bersikap untuk mengatasi permasalahan yang terjadi. Maka dari itu, meme ini disebarkan melalui Facebook, yang mana Facebook sendiri merupakan media sosial yang cukup populer, yang menjangkau berbagai kalangan dan lebih friendly ketimbang daripada TikTok ataupun Instagram yang lebih banyak digunakan oleh kalangan muda. Oke, kemudian di sini meme di sini dibantu jejaring sosial yang Capim miliki ini membantu menyebarkan meme tersebut. Mereka menyebarkan atas dasar kesamaan rasa. Ada kritik yang ingin disampaikan namun tidak bisa mengutarakannya. Kemudian Capim membuat meme ini. Kemudian netizen yang merasa bahwasanya ini memang harus dibicarakan, memang harus di-up. Maka dari situ kesamaan rasa, kesamaan hal yang ingin disampaikan ini membuat netizen ini ingin menyebarkan dan semakin menyebarkan meme tersebut sehingga jaring sosial yang memang masuk ke dalam aktivis dan juga memang dikenal oleh pemerintah karena sering berhadapan dengan pemerintah ini, maka meme ini bisa sampai kepada pemerintah sendiri. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Miss Shifa Larasati. So I think it's quite comprehensive explanations, and we have to move into the next speaker that we have Mr. Muhammad Nurul Fadilah. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you have here, Mr. Muhammad. So your research entitled The Importance of Basic Dakwah Epistemology in Social Media. So have you prepared yet?
Yes.
Okay, so the floor is yours, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you. Baik, sebelumnya mohon maaf saya memakai bahasa Indonesia. Mohon izin moderator. Langsung saja, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Saya di sini akan menyampaikan tentang penulisan saya yaitu pentingnya landasan epistemologi dakwah di media sosial. Dalam pendahuluan ini saya dilatar belakangi karena epistemologi ini sebagai dasar pengetahuan, yang mana dengan pengetahuan tersebut apabila dalam pengetahuannya tidak sesuai dengan apa yang dikonsepkan secara Islam atau secara kafah, maka akan menimbulkan sebuah tindakan yang tidak sesuai dengan syariat tersebut, yaitu dalam artian menjadi sebuah kemudaratan. Nah, di dalam penelitian ini juga, dalam penulisan ini, kajiannya yaitu pada media sosial, karena media sosial saat ini sudah sangat marak sekali, sehingga epistemologi dakwah ini harus dimuat oleh seorang pendakwah agar dalam penyampaiannya menjadi yang sejuk seperti itu. Nah, bentuk kajian ini dalam penulisan saya yaitu kualitatif, yaitu library research atau penelitian kajian pustaka, yaitu teknik pengumpulan data, ya seperti biasa dokumen yang berupa jurnal, terus buku dan literatur yang relevan. Selanjutnya yaitu pada pembahasannya, yaitu ada 3 komponen, yaitu yang pertama yaitu membahas tentang pengertian epistemologi dakwah dan media sosial, terus yang kedua tentang hubungannya, yang ketiga yaitu tujuan daripada epistemologi dakwah. Sehingga nanti dari pemaparan tersebut bisa dikatakan sebagai penting epistemologi dakwah di media sosial. Yang pertama yaitu pengertian dari epistemologi dakwah. Khususnya ini bagi para pendakwah, karena meskipun pendakwah mempunyai cara untuk berdakwah dengan masing-masing, tetapi tidak boleh lepas daripada pengetahuan yang menyejukkan seperti itu. Terus yang selanjutnya itu hubungannya, epistemologi dakwah tentu hubungan ini sangat erat sekali karena akan mempengaruhi daripada halayak. Terus tujuan dari epistemologi dakwah juga sudah jelas agar menambahkan umat seperti itu melalui media sosial, sehingga daripada pengetahuan-pengetahuan tersebut bisa diterima dan menambahkan umat tersebut. Meskipun saat ini di media sosial, di berbagai media sosial tentu banyak tentang pro dan kontra atau paham-paham yang ekstrim ataupun paham yang lain-lain, atau yang baru-baru, paham baru yang mungkin menyimpang. Nah, hal tersebut sangat kita rasakan dampaknya muncul daripada media sosial tersebut. Jadi epistemologi dakwah ini khususnya kepada pendakwah dan juga kepada matu atau komunikan kita yang menyimak juga harus waspada dalam memilih dan juga mencerna dakwah di media sosial, sehingga tidak terpengaruh kepada provokasi tersebut. Nah, itu daripada isi penulisan saya, sehingga jelas bahwasanya kesimpulan daripada penelitian ini yang pertama yaitu bahwasanya landasan epistemologi dakwah itu sangat penting untuk dasar kita di media sosial, meskipun pada awalnya, pada mulanya dulu belum ada media sosial, apalagi pada media sosial yang jangkauan dan luasnya penyebaran informasi tersebut sangat perlu dilandasi dengan epistemologi dakwah yang sangat baik seperti itu. Nah, mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Mohon masukannya kepada rekan-rekan semua. Mungkin itu dari saya, moderator. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Nurul Fadila. It's such a great presentations, and I think, is there any questions before I continue to our discussions? Okay, if there's enough, I think that we have enriched our knowledge in these occasions, and we've got so much insight from our conference, from our discussions, and we could realize that there are so many things on digitalization which intertwine to the other topics, to the other basic knowledge of like social, economics, or even religion. So we could enrich our knowledge through the other discussions, through more and specific issues in the next future. So I would like to thank to all of the speakers today for being here and contribute to our discussion, to our presentations, and let make this an engaging and enriching experience. I would like to thank also to the Center for Asian Social Science Research, UIN Sunan Gunung Jati, Bandung, for holding this such a thoughtful event. And we will continue to the next second session of panel discussion. And I would like to take it back to the MC at first. So thank you so much for accompanying me and having a great discussion today. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, we're going to have Miss MC right here. Okay. Probably for informations, the next sessions in the second session will be held on 1 o'clock, and it will be moderated with the other moderators. And I will get back to probably for informations, the next. Okay, I will take you back to the MC. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everyone, and thank you for Tekia for bringing the session first. And we are going to take a break first until the 1 p.m. And for now, we are going to break for 1 hour.
Thank you.
So we're going to continue.
Okay.
At 1 a.m.
Thank you for everyone, and thank you for Tekia for bringing the.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second sessions of the second Bandung International Conference in Social Science 2023. Thank you to the committees for allowing me to the sessions. Let me introduce myself. I am Siti Alia. I will moderating the second sessions to this conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 presenters in this second sessions who will present the result of their research. The first one, we have Mr. Martin Purnama Chandra. He will deliver a topic about the paradigm of digital colonialisms in international relations. And then the second one, we have Miss Win Listianingrum Arifin. She will talking about soft colonializations through the use of English as media for global communications. And the third one, we have Mr. Muhibudin Wijaya Laksana. He will deliver about how the provincial government in Indonesia implement open government through the social media. And the last but not least, we have Mr. Haidar Mashur Fadil. He will present about Mufti Online, cultivating online fatwa on YouTube in Indonesia. Here's some rules we have. Same as first sessions, we have 10 minutes for each presenter to present their paper. May use Bahasa or English and 5 minutes to the question and answer sessions. Okay, to shorten the time, for the first panelist, I invite Mr. Martin to present his paper. The title is The Paradigm of Digital Colonialism in International Relations. To Mr. Martin, are you with me?
Yes, I'm in, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you
Mr.
for having me
Martin, the
here.
stage is yours, and please share the slide on screen.
Okay, so the slide presentation would be on me or from the committee?
Okay,
Will be on you, Mr. Martin.
Oh, sorry.
you are already co-host.
Right. Okay. Can you see my share screen, my presentation file?
Yes.
In general, okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Moderator, all committee, and ladies and gentlemen, all present are here. Thank you for having me here. I would like to deliver my material presentation about the paradigm of digital colonialism in international relations. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Martin Munamatanda. I'm from International Relations Department from Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Jakarta. My specialization in global political economy and non-traditional security. Okay, about this title, I would like to deliver material about digital colonialism is a phenomenon in which dominant digital capitally developed countries or multinational corporations. So this is which defining digital environment controlling data flows, economic value from this nation, and digital platforms such as social media and e-commerce platforms contribute significantly to the propagation of digital colonialism. Companies such as Facebook and Alphabet profit from their software and online services in the global south rather than investing in developing long-term locally based infrastructure to sustain economic growth in regions. So global activists have responded to the rise of digital colonialism with their vision of digital justice, demanding accountability and pressing for policy and regulatory change in developing new technologies and engaging diverse public and peace debate. Ladies and gentlemen, so if we talk about digital colonialism in international relations, the impact of digital colonialism, there are four impacts. Of course, in economic imbalance, secondly, in cultural hegemony, in technological dependence, and the last one is data exploitation and privacy concern. If we can explore more about this impact in economic imbalance between developed and developing nations, digital colonialism perpetuates economic inequality. So, in contrast, Less developed nations need help to benefit from their digital resources. This economic imbalance hinders the growth and development of this nation, exacerbating existing disparities and contributing to economic inequality on a global scale or on a global stage, ladies and gentlemen. If we can explore in a cultural hegemony, the outcome manifests in 5 interrelated forms of domination: in economic, cultural, linguistic, epistemic, and ecological. If we talk more about technological dependence, all of us know that technological dependence make it imperative to implement public policies to mitigate the potential exacerbation of inequality, exclusion, and the imposition of foreign beliefs and practices on host communities resulting from the widespread use of new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing digital colonialism related to this topic, of course, we should empowering developing nations, promoting digital cooperation, strengthening data governance, and also promoting digital sovereignty. The important thing we addressing digital colonialism in the last part that promoting digital cooperation, the digital economy centered around big tech firms has become the world's most prominent new economic growth goal. Additionally, fostering partnership between developed and developing nations can facilitate knowledge transfer and promote the development of domestic digital industries. Okay, so we can gain from this discussion. The conclusion are digital colonialism is a relatively new paradigm. In the global south, related to this topic in our conference today, the global south is witnessing a resurgence of colonialism facilitated by the United States, primarily through the pervasive influence of digital technology. Digital colonialism is a complex and pressing issue. As we know here that the dominance of digital powers and their ability to influence the digital environment in less developed countries is a cause for concern regarding power imbalance, economic exploitation, and cultural homogenization. I think that's all, ladies and gentlemen, that I can share here in our conference today. So we hope to get more direction and suggestion from all of you here. My research to be carried out properly. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Okay. What a remarkable topic you had, Mr. Martin. That digitalization is becoming tools to dominate the world nowadays, maybe. And Indonesia is one of the biggest lucrative digital markets in the world. Okay, now we have 3 minutes or 4 minutes left for the audience to asking the questions. All the audience can ask questions by raising your hand or can type your question on the chat box. Anything to discuss with?
Okay, I will ask questions for Mr. Martin, my brother.
Pak Pasca, time is yours.
Okay.
Pasca, long time no see you.
Yeah, Mr. Martin. Okay. Okay, as we know that in digital colonialisms and within the context of the international relations, that we know that is a concept that talk about the power dynamics and the imbalance presence in digital landscape between less developed and developed nations. So my question is simple. What are some potential benefits and what is the drawbacks of the digital platforms for less developed nations? That's it.
Okay, anyone else or?
On the chat.
Oh, on the chat box, sorry. This is from Mr. Asep Iqbal. Pak Martin, how did you collect your data and what method of analysis did you employ? Maybe langsung bisa dijawab untuk dua pertanyaan tadi ya. Silakan.
Okay, thank you very much for the question from my brother Pasca and Mr. Iqbal. Okay, I think I will answer from the second question from Mr. Iqbal. How you collect the data? Okay, maybe for the method of my research is qualitative, and I make a what do you call interview from the expert, and of course from literature review that make my research maybe more complete. And from this conference as focus group discussion, I can gain more information from all of you here, so my research will be better. I think that's my answer for second question. For Mr. Pasca, that's the problem. What is potential benefit? I think I don't know. I can explain more about what potential benefit from our country or most developed countries or developed nation. Maybe we can learn more from what in our study in international relation. We should make our power, of course, in soft power menjadi lebih baik. Jadi kalau kita bicara benefit in first world countries, of course, they will use our population, our society as an object to make their product and spread, laku terjual. But until now in 2023 masih belum banyak yang bisa dilakukan oleh negara-negara because we lack of what do you call technology, infrastructure. We only win in a lot of society or population.
I agree with you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Martin. Thank you so much for the interactive questions from Mr. Pasca and Bapak Asep Iqbal. Okay, maybe for the shorten the time, we are going to move to second speaker. We have Miss Win Listianingrum Arifin. She was talking about soft colonializations through the use of English as media for global communications. So you have prepared yet, Miss Listianingrum?
Yeah. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, crystal.
Okay. Thank you. So I should share the screen by myself or it will be managed by you? the screen, please?
Managed by you. You can share your screen now.
Okay. So, well, oh, I have problems with my computer actually. Can you manage my screen, please?
Maybe committee can manage.
Okay. I will share screen.
Yep.
Sorry, Miss Wiwin, but we haven't received your presentation slide.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, great. Well, let me do that. But I have sent it actually yesterday and you haven't received it.
I have to check it first.
Not yet?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, I'm quite nervous because of the sharing screen. Anyone can help me how to do this?
Probably we let the third speaker first, and
Okay.
within presentations.
Okay, yep. Go ahead, it's okay.
Maju dulu, nanti saya cari Bu Alia. Silakan untuk presentasi.
Ya, silakan Bu dipresentasikan terlebih dahulu, nanti dibantu.
Me? Okay.
Bisa dikirim WA mungkin?
Padahal sudah saya kirim kemarin ya.
Because of the matter of time.
Yeah, sorry for that. Okay. I'm gonna give you my slide using this one. One. Okay. Can I send it in a PDF form?
Okay.
Yep. So I send it through WA group.
Please send it to the Because group.
Yep, I have.
Hey.
Sorry for that.
Sudah bisa dimulai?
Yep. Okay. It's done. Well, okay, maybe I can introduce myself first. I am Winly Stianingrum Arifin, so I am from UIN Salatiga. And this is part of my dissertations where I took the data in 2019. And this is only a part of things that I want to give you all about how English become a soft colonialism media for global communications. Can you do to the second slide? How to do it? Yeah, the informants for my study are Indonesian Muslim female students who are international students in the US and Australia. They are taking their PhD there. So they have actually challenges that many other international students don't have, which is here the communication gap. So the communication problems may influence later to the success of those students in both academic and social life, especially in negotiating their identity. Problem appear when English, of course, become the triggering point to enhance mutual communications between the local people and those students. The local people here are the supervisors, the lecturers, the academic staffs, their friends from other countries, and the local students there, and of course, the society in their surroundings. And then problem arise when the capacity of language competence in those students within their intercultural communication is lack. Because not all awardees are good at English, though English has become the preliminary or requirement for those to got this scholarship. But of course, they still have problems concerning about the use of English in their daily activities. And of course, this is merely because of their lack of awareness and skill dealing with the communication gap because of the cultural difference. Next, please. So the problems of this study aims at exploring the problems that result from English hardship as soft colonialism as a challenge faced by these students, both in the US and Australia. Then I examine the influence of English competence in intercultural communication through knowledge, awareness, and skill, which is part of an intercultural negotiation theory by Stella Ting-Tommy, both in their academic and social life. Then I examine the influence of English competence in intercultural communications through these competencies, which is knowledge, awareness, and skill, to the successful of the students in both academic and social life. Further, I investigate the strategies revealed by those students in dealing with problems in negotiating their positions within intercultural situations. Then I go to the arguments that the most significant problems faced by these students actually are dealing with their identity negotiations come up from their internal situations. So a kind of personal matters because of they have many problems dealing with themselves. It could be about their psychological, their physical, or other. Maybe it could be about financial problems, rather than from the external, the environment influence that it what it influence their English competence in sounding, in voicing out about their willingness to come up in the communications. Ability in intercultural communications help the students to succeed. Then the result, the internal problems in academic life were caused by the language gap among the students, student lecturers, student supervisors, student academic staffs, and dealing with both written and spoken English. The communication is not merely about the verbal, something face-to-face, but this is also about how they dealing with the communications using this kind of media. And it made them, these students, to make a silent mechanisms because they don't get the message from these parties. That's why they choose to be a silent mechanism. Then the internal problems in academic life were caused by the language gap. And of course, the students within the society verbally make them to have a kind of a standpoint to make a kind of a distance between those students with all the parties. The identity negotiations process actually depends on their English capacity during the intercultural communications. Because if this English capacity as the what is it called, as a soft colonialism, where they are pushed to use the English, it will make them very hard to communicate and then to negotiate their identity as students from Indonesia. So the conclusions goes to language is a crucial element of communications. People will fall through the gaps if they don't start to communicate their difference with other people from different backgrounds. This is the aim of intercultural communication as a means to negotiate different identity under the use of similar means of communications. Of course, here English. Indonesian female Muslim students who study overseas are also agents of transnationalism, but because they have this kind of English gap, they have problems in voice their identities among different backgrounds. So both the problems, which is internal and external, actually can be diminished if they start thinking about the importance of mindful intercultural communications to negotiate their identities in the form of communication strategies, which is here still a kind of problems they deal with, because not all the awardees are good at English. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Bin Arifin. Talking mind-blowing research, I think, about soft colonialism through the use of English as media for communications. Proof that language is crucial element of communication, right?
Yes, that's true. Because
Okay.
this is a kind of a structural motivations done by the local people, actually. So they will see others as others. So that's why soft colonialism through English is still happening there.
Okay, we have 3 minutes left for the audience to ask the questions. Raising your hand or can type the questions in the chat box. Anything to discuss with Miss Wiwin? Arif? Okay, we have a question from Bapak Asep Iqbal from Bu Wiwin. If your arguments say that problems facing Indonesian PhD students are caused by the internal issues within them rather than external ones, then how could you come to conclude that it is a colonialism? Yeah, langsung dijawab, Ibu.
Yeah. Well, as we know that English has continuously spread and retained its power in various domains, not only in education, but also in economic life, cultural things, and many other fields. And of course, because it is used by the global citizens, that when people use English as something flagging, so it becomes a problem for these students, actually, because this is something soft colonialism, which is colonized by the use of English globally, and actually these students are forced to use this English as a means of communications, where they still have problems, actually. So it becomes something internal problems that they have to deal with. That's why this is called as colonialism, because this is structurally constructed by the English speaking countries. Let's say that there is a kind of a gap between English speaking countries and non-English speaking countries, that actually the rest of the global citizens who are not using English as their first language, they will be forced to use this English. Then they have problems with their internal conditions. That's why that it becomes a kind of colonialism.
Yes, thank you so much for the explanations, Ibu Wiwin. It's okay for Pak Iqbal, is that enough? Okay, maybe I can take a conclusion that is language is colonialism, soft colonialism. This means that language succeeds in getting rid of other language. Strong language drown out a weak language in the context of language choice made by society.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Wiwin, for the mind-blowing presentations.
My pleasure.
Yes, and we move to the next presenter. We have Mr. Muhibudin Wijaya Laksana. He will deliver about how the provincial government in Indonesia implement open government through the social media. Are you ready, Mr. Muhibudin?
Okay, thank you, Miss Aya.
Stage is yours.
Okay. Izin menyampaikannya dalam bahasa Indonesia. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya dari penyelenggara atas waktunya untuk mempresentasikan penelitian kami tentang pemerintahan terbuka ya yang dilakukan oleh media sosial pemerintah provinsi di Indonesia. Ini merupakan penelitian analisis isi yang kami lakukan terhadap semua akun media sosial yang dimiliki oleh pemerintahan provinsi di Indonesia. Pemerintah sudah menerapkan prinsip tata kelola digital, ya. Yang tentunya juga ini akan berdampak pada hubungan antara masyarakat dengan pemerintah. Dalam kajian-kajian administrasi publik, sekarang sudah mulai muncul istilah-istilah seperti pemerintahan berbasis sosial media, di mana pemerintah di sana juga harus hadir di tengah masyarakat ya, dalam rangka untuk menyelenggarakan pelayanan berbasis media sosial. Dan tentunya dengan dimanfaatnya nih media sosial ini juga akan semakin berpotensi untuk meningkatkan pemerintahan yang terbuka. Indonesia ini juga sangat proaktif terhadap pemerintahan digital, di mana banyak regulasi yang memang berkaitan dengan pemerintahan digital. Ada peraturan presiden tentang sistem pemerintahan berbasis elektronik, lalu kemudian juga ada Permen RB tentang pemanfaatan media sosial bagi instansi pemerintah. Lalu juga kita punya undang-undang keterbukaan informasi publik yang menekankan bahwa organisasi publik itu harus memberikan transparansi dalam tata kelola pemerintahannya. Yang menjadi fokus permasalahan pada penelitian kami yaitu adalah kami meneliti tentang pemerintahan provinsi, di mana kita tahu bahwa Indonesia memiliki sistem pemerintahan yang desentralisasi. Artinya pemerintahan daerah, dalam hal ini adalah pemerintahan provinsi, memiliki otonom untuk mengelola pembangunan di daerahnya. Sehingga dalam konteks pemerintahan terbuka, pemerintahan provinsi tentunya harus bisa menata komunikasi dengan masyarakatnya melalui berbagai saluran, salah satunya adalah media sosial. Ini beberapa penelitian terdahulu yang kami dapatkan, memang penelitian mengenai masyarakat, mengenai tata kelola pemerintahan digital ini memang banyak sekali pernah dilakukan, ya. Sorry. Dan kami melihat memang belum pernah ada penelitian yang berkaitan dengan bagaimana pemerintah daerah atau local government di Indonesia itu mengelola media sosialnya sebagai saluran komunikasi dalam rangka mewujudkan pemerintahan yang terbuka. Ini ada beberapa konsep atau beberapa teori yang kami gunakan dalam penelitian kami yang berkaitan dengan pemerintahan terbuka. Ya, jadi pemerintahan terbuka itu merupakan sebuah mekanisme tata kelola yang bagaimana pemerintah itu mengawali penggunaan media itu sebagai sarana publikasi informasi, lalu kemudian meningkat ke tahap selanjutnya yaitu adalah partisipasi, dan tahap yang paling akhir yaitu adalah kolaborasi. Ini metode yang kami gunakan dalam penelitian kami, seperti yang kami bilang dari awal bahwa penelitian kami menggunakan analisis isi, di mana kami meneliti tentang teks-teks yang ada dalam akun-akun media sosial pemerintahan provinsi di Indonesia. Kami menganalisis teks-teks tersebut yang berkaitan dengan kategori-kategori yang ada dalam prinsip pemerintahan yang terbuka, yaitu adalah transparansi, partisipasi, dan kolaborasi. Karena ini penelitian dasar, jadi kami mengkategorikan prinsip-prinsip itu dalam media sosial itu dalam kategori ada atau tidak. Lalu kemudian data-data tersebut kami analisis dengan menggunakan statistik deskriptif, persentase, dan rata-rata. Kurang lebih ini hasil penelitian yang telah kami lakukan. Dalam penelitian ini dapat dilihat bahwa platform yang paling banyak digunakan oleh pemerintahan provinsi yaitu adalah Instagram. Instagram merupakan platform yang paling populer digunakan oleh pemerintahan provinsi. Kita punya 38 provinsi, tapi di sini hanya ada 37, artinya ada satu pemerintahan daerah yang memang tidak memiliki akun Instagram. Di sini juga dilihat bahwa platform TikTok ini masih belum banyak dimanfaatkan oleh pemerintahan provinsi sebagai sarana komunikasi mereka dengan masyarakat. Dalam aspek yang lain, penelitian kami menghasilkan bahwa dalam praktek pemerintahan yang terbuka, pemerintahan provinsi di Indonesia masih belum banyak memanfaatkan media sosial sebagai sarana partisipasi dan kolaborasi. Sampai sejauh ini banyak media sosial pemerintahan provinsi itu masih berkutat pada tahap transparansi. Artinya media lebih banyak digunakan sebagai sarana sosialisasi kebijakan dan juga publisitas kegiatan-kegiatan pemerintah. Aspek partisipasi di sini yang kami ukur yaitu adalah bagaimana media sosial itu bisa dijadikan sebagai sarana pelaporan publik, ya. Dan ternyata memang di sini kami menemukan bahwa media sosial belum banyak dimanfaatkan untuk itu. Terutama yang kedua adalah bagaimana media sosial ini juga dijadikan sebagai platform komunikasi dua arah yang dilakukan antara publik dengan pemerintah provinsi. Kami juga melihat bahwa media sosial masih belum bisa dimanfaatkan sebagai platform komunikasi dua arah antar pemerintah provinsi dan publik. Yang terakhir yaitu adalah pada tahap kolaborasi juga pemerintahan daerah masih belum bisa memanfaatkan media sosial sebagai crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing di sini artinya bagaimana media sosial dipakai untuk media sosial pemerintahan provinsi itu dipakai untuk mengumpulkan informasi dari publik, dalam hal ini seperti jejak pendapat yang dilakukan oleh pemerintahan provinsi dalam rangka untuk mengumpulkan data dan mengumpulkan informasi dari publik. Itu saja mungkin hasil penelitian yang bisa kami sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much for Mr. Muhibudin Wijayalaksana. The research is about media sosial as professional government Indonesia implement open government through the media sosial ya. Itu sangat menarik ya melihat hampir seluruh provinsi ya, pemerintah provinsi, kabupaten, kota, OPD, kementerian semua memiliki media sosial untuk mengaplikasikan open government mereka. Maybe there is a question for Mr. Muhibudin Wijayalaksana. You can raise your hand and tell the questions and tell your background, maybe. Ada? Kalau tidak ada, mungkin sedikit Pak Muhi dari... Oh, ada. Ada yang raise hand. Bapak Prince Charles. Oke. Dipersilahkan.
Okay, thank you so much. The first I want to introduce, my name is Charles from Higher University. I hope you will understand. I will ask in English.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, according to your presentation and your material of your research, that I want to ask about the colors of countries that are not covered by the internet network. Can they access government information that is trying to be transparent? Because your research says that the government trying to be good governance with their open government in this era by media social. So I want to ask you about what the citizen, about the society. They have we call in Indonesia, they tidak punya jaringan internet. How they can access the government transparency, the GCG. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Mr. Prince Charles. Silakan, boleh dilangsung.
Thank you, Mr. Prince Charles, for the question. For the first, our research is not about how citizens kami tidak meneliti tentang apakah bagaimana dampaknya terhadap masyarakat. Jadi penelitian kami terbatas pada apa yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah. Gitu.
Is that okay, Mr. Prince?
Okay, I see.
Okay.
Maybe in the future, my suggestion and recommendation for the researcher, I think it's very good for your team. In the future, maybe you will feel this emptiness about the effect for the society, because I think your topic is very great, very excellent. But if miss about one variable, the effect for the society, I think good but not excellent. I think this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Prince. Actually, this is a preliminary research. Our goals is to describe how province government use media social for implement open government. Thank you, Mr. Charles.
Thank you for the thank you, Mr. Prince, for addition about Pak Muhibudin research. Maybe it's mean like keadilan untuk society that tidak bisa mengakses sosial media dan tidak memiliki internet connection mungkin ya. Okay, one last questions for Pak Muhibudin. There is a time from Pak Sumadi Darussalam. Okay, please open your mic, Pak Sumadi, and tell your background.
Okay, thank you, Pak moderator and Pak Muhibin. The negative of social media is so many manipulative data. Is there the control from society that government just saw the good data in their government, or ya begitulah intinya ya. Ada sisi-sisi negatif dari sosial media itu kan manipulatif ya, berdramaturgi, sehingga yang ditampilkan itu hal-hal yang it's a positive. Nah, bagaimana kemudian adakah keterkaitan riset ini bahwa memang tidak kritis ya penelitiannya, tapi ada nggak ke arah sananya? Oke, terima kasih. Kira-kira begitu.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Sumadi. Oke, kembali lagi kami menjawab bahwa ya tadi juga Pak Sumadi sudah menyatakan bahwa ya penelitian kami bukan penelitian kritis ya. Artinya kami hanya meneliti teks-teks yang ada di dalam media sosial pemerintahan itu. Tapi saya pikir karena ini konteksnya adalah pemerintahan ya Pak, dan dalam pemerintahan itu ada regulasi tentang keterbukaan informasi publik, dan saya kira pemerintahan di Indonesia termasuk pemerintahan daerah provinsi juga patuh terhadap regulasi itu. Kami tidak meneliti tentang akun-akun kepala daerah yang saya lihat juga di situ ada beberapa tadi ya aspek-aspek yang diceritakan oleh Pak Sumadi seperti pencitraan gitu ya, termasuk kepentingan-kepentingan politik dan lain sebagainya, itu sangat memungkinkan dilakukan oleh kepala daerah. Tapi kita tidak melakukan itu, kita tidak meneliti itu, kita hanya meneliti institusinya, gitu, bukan personalnya. Terima kasih Pak Sumadi. Mungkin tim kami Bu Ida juga akan menambahkan dari pertanyaan Pak Sumadi tadi.
Boleh Bu Ida menambahkan mungkin 1 menit?
Jadi misalnya permission to offer feedback. Jadi begini, mungkin tadi lebih menukik ya pertanyaan yang pertama gitu terkait dengan aspek keadilan. Memang betul tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Muhibudin, sekalipun gitu ya, prinsip memang open governance itu indikator atau parameternya itu adalah the first regional management governance index, dan program itu bisa bagaimana local administration itu bisa direalisasikan. Mengingat sebetulnya pemerintah hari ini tuh baru merespon bagaimana tantangan hari ini di era digital gitu. Tentu hari ini sebetulnya peran pengguna media sosial itu kan cukup aktif. Nah, ini sebetulnya menjadi langkah akomodasi gitu, akomodatif saja sebetulnya pemerintah. Mengingat untuk dari sisi readiness atau kesiapan sendiri sebetulnya pemerintah juga masih perlu optimalisasi gitu. Jadi kami melihat bahwa memang betul selain juga kesiapan dari pemerintah, tapi juga I also saw how community participation. Mengingat partisipasi publik juga kan kita dihadapkan dengan infrastruktur digital juga masih perlu beradaptasi, seperti itu mungkin. Thank you, Miss Alia.
Thank you, Miss Ida Wahidah. Luar biasa tambahannya. Bagaimana Bapak Sumadi? Is it clear? Ya, oke.
Thank you.
Ya, luar biasa sekali bahasan ini ya. Memang di Indonesia permasalahannya adalah digital gap, kemudian keadilan ya pada masyarakat. Tentunya dari Sabang sampai Merauke belum bisa semua tercover gitu ya. Jadi mungkin itu bisa jadi research PR bagi Bu Idah dan Bu Muhi dan tim ya terkait bagaimana digital divide itu bisa diatasi. Oke, kayaknya ini menjadi satu favorit conversations, favorit research juga karena banyak bertanya. Tapi so sorry, unfortunately time is runs out, and we have to come to our last panelist to decisions. Yeah, we have Mr. Haidar Masyur Fadil. The title of research is Mufti Online, Cultivating of Online Fatwa on YouTube in Indonesia. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, the floor is yours, and make sure you can screen out the presentations. Yeah.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice, all of the audience?
Allah wabarakatuh.
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah, and my presentation is clear. There is in your laptop on computer.
Very
Can you see?
clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'm introduce myself first. My name is Haidar Masyur Fadil, master student at Islamic Studies in International Islamic Indonesian University of Universitas Islam International (IIIU), and right now I'm going to present my research entitled Mufti Online: Cultivating Online Fatwa on YouTube in Indonesia. I define, and for information, I define Mufti Online here as someone who issues fatwa through social media, particularly on YouTube. And also, this research is ethnography research, and I choose the 3 channels you can see here, and background and research question, and the emergence of phenomenon of famous preachers in Indonesia using social media and social platform to disseminate religious fatwa or to share or to produce their religious fatwa, especially platform on YouTube. Why I choose YouTube? Because when I see the global stats, the graphic is the YouTube is the second largest platform that used by the religious preachers, especially some of the ulama in Indonesia. So in this research, I try to research in their channel YouTube. There are Firanda Andirja as a conservative, as the representative of Salafi, and also Buya as traditionalist, and Hidayat as modernist. I observed that my argument is that despite their differing or distinction ideological background, these 3 individuals still share similarities in producing fatwa. Nevertheless, but at the same time, it cannot be denied that there is fragmentation and contestation within their fatwa. At the same time, we can see that. And also, some of several studies has been published and online fatwa, especially Nadisha Hossein with online fatwa from fatwa shopping to googling Kiai, and also while Halak from fatwa to furu, but unfortunately their works is only in epistemology and theoretical framework on online fatwa. So right now I'm going to fill the gaps between the online fatwa and Mufti Online, we call it. And the research question is in this research is why there is a shift in the fatwa process from old to new media. How do equation, contestation, and fragmentation occur between preachers who disseminate their fatwa on social media? And also the theory that I use in this theory is that the religious authority theory, but Muhammad Qasim Zaman in his book Ulama in Contemporary Era will reconstruct that the contemporary ulama can use their social media to build their religious authority. And next, fatwa in the digital age. And also in the classical era, we can see that if someone has a problem in their self and he wants to ask the fatwa from the mufti, they must go to the mufti and ask the fatwa, and the mufti will, or the fatwa giver will give the fatwa to the mustafti, or we can the fatwa seeker. But in the past also, the fatwa was also codified by scholars into specific books, such as Fatwa An-Nawawi in the classical books of ulama, Fatwa An-Nawawi, Fatwa As-Subki, Fatwa Majmu' Fatwa Ibn Taymiyah, and etc. Some of ulama wrote their fatwa in his book to codify their works on fatwa. But unfortunately, not all of fatwa is codified to their books. but is the important fatwa or the important problems that they they write in their books. But in modern times, fatwa has evolved to be accessible through websites that provide wide range Islamic legal rulings. Additionally, social media platforms like YouTube have become tools for disseminating fatwa by famous preachers. Why I say that? Because we can also produce our fatwa with we record ourselves in short YouTube with less than 1 minute, and if the fatwa seeker asks us what is the rulings of Maulid Nabi, and we can say we can make a video and upload in at and YouTube. This is the fatwa in digital age, and also the impact of online fatwa in modern era. The first one is ease of access. So every individuals in if they need of fatwa can easily seek answer to the specific issues without having to physically visit a particular institution or scholar. We can only open YouTube and ask the YouTube what is the rulings of Bang, what is the rulings of Maulid Nabi, what is the ruling of pilgrimage or ziarah kubur, and etc. And also the strength of the fatwa in digital age is a more efficient procedure. The distribution of fatwa is more efficient through online platform. Fatwa can be accessed by many people in short amount of time. We can see in YouTube if we produce some of famous preachers, as I mentioned before, Buya produced the fatwa of Maulid Nabi. Many his followers can see within less than 1 minute for about 100, for example, and for instance, and etc. And also the strength of the fatwa in digital age is democratization of fatwa. We can seek, we can look at the fatwa with suitable and within suitable for us. For instance, if we ask the fatwa of Maulid Nabi, if the fatwa didn't suit with us, we can seek and we can look at the other fatwa that suitable with us. So this is the strength of the fatwa. But the shortcoming of fatwa is the online fatwa. We can see the lack of mufti qualification. So everyone can produce their fatwa without they have a strong background in Islamic studies. For instance, we can see Felix Yao and some Muslim convert of Mu'alaf produce their fatwa on their social platform YouTube with even they didn't have a strong background of Islamic studies. This is the shortcoming or fatwa. And we can see this is the transformation of fatwa throughout the history. The first one is An-Nawawi fatwa. This book has contributed as in his books of Nawawi fatwa. He produced the fatwa, the problems he puts in his fatwa. And also the modern era, we can see islamco.com, islamonline.com, islami.com, and online. Every single website we can see and we can ask them what is the rulings of Maulid Nabi, and this is one of the example of online fatwa. And also in YouTube we can see here even they didn't admit that they are built a religious authority, and they didn't admit that they are online mufti, but especially and the process it is almost same. They are someone asks the mufti, and the mufti answer the question. The process almost same, but they didn't admit if they are a mufti online. So religious authority and social media. Religious authority and social media, it's not limited by individuals with specific qualification, but also includes preachers, speakers on other religious practice. This is the terms which culture. This is a more moderate in this contemporary, because if we back to the classical era, and now we said the mufti should have experience or expert in fiqh, nahu, soraf, and Islamic studies and etc. So, but in this contemporary, Kutat said that the authority to issue fatwas is not limited to individual with specific qualification, but also includes a preacher, speaker, or other religion practitioners. No, so that's why, and also at this time, their Buya Yahya, Firanda Andirja, and also Adi Hidayat. I think my argument that gaining religious authority on social media, it's quite simple right now. Don't track the workings of the social media platform itself, such as accumulating likes, subscribe, view account, hashtag, and an algorithm of the media, the algorithm the media. But however, there are always pro and contra groups in the pursuit of religious authority on social media. There is no single religious authority in social media. For instance, Salafi. If Salafi produce the fatwa of Maulid Nabi and said the Maulid Nabi is heresy, and also NU will counter it, and the Maulid Nabi is allowed because the Sahaba or the companions practice it. So everyone has pro and contra in every problems.
This is Mr. Haidar,
Yeah.
because time
Okay.
is limited.
Okay, only two against. Okay, this is the numbers of follower on social media. You can see on my screen. And also Mufti Online, this is the last page from me. This is they produce the fatwa Mufti Online between equation and fermentation, but despite of their has a different background of their Islamic background, but they have a same fatwa about smoking. The smoking, Firanda Anirja said the smoking is haram. Buya also the smoking is haram. Adi Hidayat also said the smoking is haram. And also the second case is studying Islam online. Firanda said someone who studied with the YouTube or the online social media is lowered with requirement. She need to study in Ustad Sunnah. They don't need to study with Ustad Bid'ah. And also Buya has said is lowered with requirement. She should study with Aswaja or Ahlussunnah wal Jamaah and also Adi Hidayat. But at the same time, I can conclude and argue that there also, if there is a military, there is a contestation to gain the religious authority in their social media. So they want to ask to gain the power to get the followers through the social media as the representative of their ideological background. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Haidar, and impressive research from you. Online fatwa on YouTube in Indonesia in digital age. Okay, there is questions for Mr. Haidar Mansur. Maybe on chat box we have. Okay. Mr. Sumadi.
Yeah.
You want to ask to Mr. Haidar? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 minutes left.
Thank you, moderator, and Sheikh Haidar. Sheikh Haidar. Yeah.
No.
Maybe it is too simple how to divide between ulama. He is conservative, he is traditional, and he is modern. For example, Buya Yahya. Sometimes Buya Yahya, his opinion is very modern. For example, about Ramadan and Idul Fitri, when Ramadan and when Idul Fitri days. It is very modern. So maybe it is very complicated if we say this mufti is traditional, this mufti modern, and then conservative. Adi Hidayat for me it's very conservative, not modern. His opinion is very conservative. The indicator maybe the textual perspective is dominant in his explanation about the problem of religion. So you can explain. For me, it is very complicated when we see or we decide that this ulama traditional, conservative, and modern. Maybe it is not simple like that. Thank you. Can you explain it?
Oke, Mr. Haidar langsung dijawab, boleh?
Thank you so much for your Sumadi Salam. But yeah, it's little bit complicated, but it's the sample that I took from some of their fatwa, not all of their fatwa. But as we know, Buya Yahya is a strong background in traditionalist approach. So which is Kitab Kuning, which is in his majlis, also reading the yellow books of Kitab Kuning. So I conclude that Buya Yahya is a traditionalist approach. But Firanda and Dilja, I said, is muttafaq alaih. All of us said he's conservative. And but with Adi Hidayat, I don't think so. He is not conservative. I think some of his fatwa also he's reading much of the contextuality. But yeah, it's a little bit complicated. Maybe I will add the indicator of my research of my study to strengthen my research. Okay, thank you, Pak Sumari. Thank you very for insightful suggestion.
Yeah, modern, for example, maybe
Yeah.
what modern ulama, for example, Professor Kuris Shihab, it's modern ulama for me. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. It is a little complicated because Professor Shihab also in his book said to the reference refers to the classical books. For example, his book of Wasatiyah, he refers to Tafsir. And also it's not little bit complicated about the study, but I will strengthen my research later. Thank you, Prof. Sumadi.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. This is the tanggapan dari Bu Win. It might be to put out also Hanan Ataki to preachers who could be that close to the millennials.
But I think Hanan Ataki it's not Mufti online because in his preachers he's also give the propagation or dakwah almost of his his using of social media is about dakwah to invite the millennials to praying to go to do a goodness and everything. But I don't think Han Ataki is millennials because as my title here is the Mufti online that use most of his using on social media is about fatwa.
Thank you. Maybe one last questions from the chat box from Bo. Yes. Do preachers like Vindada Arija dan Bu Yayah and Adi Hidayat give fatwa their YouTube channel so that you consider it's important to study their fatwa? Are they just preachers, not fatwa givers? Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, I think it is important because in their channel of YouTube channels, they always respond to the new problems in our life. For instance, that Bu Yaya also, I think I forget the last problems that Bu Yaya answer. For instance, between Idul Fitri, he answer how if the in one state has two different Idul Fitri, and also Adi Hidayat so and also answer the problem about the cryptocurrency, and Bu Yaya also and Firanda Arija also has give a fatwa, produce a fatwa about the Shopee Pay, GoPay and etc. It is, I think it's important, and they are just preachers, not fatwa givers. No, I think they are fatwa givers. So almost of his channel in their channels talk about the fatwa, what is the ruling, apa hukumnya Maulid Nabi, apa hukumnya Bang. I think this is the fatwa giver, as Kutsar said in my presentation, that the Mufti, it's not only Mufti is not only about the who has expertise in Islamic studies, but also they produce their fatwa on social media. I think this is clear enough.
Yes, it's clear enough. It's very crystal, I think. Thank you so much. We have remarkable participants and presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the panel sessions. I think we got so much insight from our discussion today, and what a mind-blowing topic. I took some conclusion from these sessions. Realize it or not, digitalization has a major effect on people's mindsets, and as earlier mentioned by the previous moderator, almost all aspects are affected, starting from social, economic, political, how to govern, and also religion is affected by the digitalization. So we have to be ready for it, to face it. Okay, I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentations and all the participants, and also to thank to CISR to initiate this wonderful conference. Finally, give applause. Sorry. give applause to this all the speaker and for you all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I giving this floor to the next third sessions, Ibu Meli. Okay. Goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Miss Alia. Wait a moment, I need to be co-host first.
Go ahead, Bu.
Okay, I see. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third session of BICOS, the second Bandung International Conference on Social Science 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully in this afternoon, you are still enthusiastic to join the conference because you are still stay here till morning, So we haven't finished for our conference and panelists. There are still some panelists that will present their material. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Meli Fauzia, the moderator of today's panel session, and I have please see with you. Then I would like to remind you that all presenters will talk around 10 minutes. After the speaker have presented their topic, we'll have a question answer session for about 5 minutes. Okay, there is 5 presenters that would like to present. The first is Dera Nugraha. Dera Nugraha, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Bu.
Okay, Dera Nugraha is from STIT Al-Azami Cianjur. Do you?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present my research about student digital society at school and education management perspective. Actually, the topic about digital society, but what I write is in the smaller community school, student digital society. This is an introduction. I'm sorry, I haven't translated it yet. Actually, the student of junior and senior high school level actually could be spread by the social media or digital society. And in the perspective of school managers, of course, it should be point as an opportunity and also the challenge. I think, not many parties talking about this in specifically school society. I mean, students' digital society at school. So I hope these findings could contribute, especially for school managers in West Java, and in general for anyone who has attention in education sector. And this is some of result of survey. I conduct survey in 10 senior high school in West Java, and I point number one about the students' friendship. Student friendship in digital society. The teachers said, or the teacher view, that student digital friendship is extremely wider than their one in the real society at school. In the other hand, student experience, we can see this, that the student said only has connection in digital society with the few of teachers. Okay, the few of teachers. Okay, so some of them only interact in the real society at school, I mean. And also the teachers see that interaction pattern of student is different or quite different with the one in the real society. How they behave in real society at school is quite different with their behavior in the digital one. And yeah, we can see this school managers here means principal or vice principal or the foundation for the private school said the same things. Yeah. The student behavior in digital society is different with their behavior in the real society. And can you see this also that the information student access actually impact or influence their behavior at school. Even more 100% school managers agreed with this. Can you imagine that students have many relations or more friendship in digital society, and what they see, what they access, influence their behavior in the real society. And this is something make me shocked actually. Yeah, students said that yeah, they every day use social media as a part of digital society, and what make them enjoy. Number one is finding something enjoys. This number one, 75%, and no one choose learning activity with the teachers. Yeah, actually, in the other countries, I think many teachers or the teachers have more attention about social media engagement in teaching activities, and this one students believe in their mind that social media is very useful in realizing their dreams in the futures. So what I got from this simple survey is number one, student digital society at school actually formed, by their or through their friendship and also their interests. And the second, their interaction or student interaction pattern in digital society is different with their one in the real society. And also the information they got from digital society is strongly related to their friendship, I mean their relation and also their interests. The information they access influence their behavior in the real society, and actually what they potentially will get in the long term from the digital society is related to their friendship circle and also school approach related to this phenomenon. The recommendation is student digital society, especially in senior high school in Jabar in West Java province, is a fact that we have to face. School managers should give attention more about this, so their existence in digital society could become supporting tools to realize or to embody school visions. I think that's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation, Mr. Dera.
Yeah,
Dan for the participant, please, really feel free to ask the question about this topic, of student digital society at school, an education management perspective. Okay, please. Any question? Okay, perhaps I would like to ask you about, is there any impact of, not impact, but what is the parents, the parents' contribution to their children in the school, controlling, or you study about it? Then you study about the control of parents to their children until, the behavior of their behavior not different in social media and the reality.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't insert this variable to the survey.
Yeah, because I think it's influence, to their behavior. Is it? But not,
Thank you. I think I can develop the instrument to raise this data.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
There are some raised hand.
Okay. Mr. Tatang Sudrajat. And what is it? Yeah, firstly, Mr. Charles and Mr. Tatang and Mr. Prince. Yeah, the first is Mr. Tatang. Okay.
Thank you, Bu Meli, as moderators. Thanks, Pak Dr. Dera, is very excellent presentations. In your conclusion, you say that interaction pattern in the digital society is different with the real society. My perspective, because my academic background is government and public administration, I want to know your opinion that facts maybe become bad impact for the future of our student as a part of the real society. What your opinion or what your opinion about that phenomenon? Because in my opinions, maybe the difference is become bad implication for our students. Thank you, moderators.
Okay. Is it clear, Mr.?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Actually, I asked in depth, yeah, I asked more to the teachers what the difference is. Yeah, for example, like this. When a student call their friend in the real society with a good name, the real name, but something different in the digital society. Somehow, even more, they ask or they have special nickname for every teachers. Like this is Mr. X, this is Mr. Y, this is Mr. ABCD, and it indicates to something negative, Pak Tatang, to something negative. So my opinion about this, if we, I mean school side, yeah, or school manager side, don't have any attention better than before, it's become the how to say a warning, or maybe even more a threat, ancaman, yeah, for the next generations. Because somehow, Pak Tatang, we and other audience, we can see that someone in the real world, someone, yeah, could be 5 ones or 6 ones in the digital words, yeah, in the digital society. So if we cannot control or we cannot approach them with the values we agreed in this nation, I think it's will be dangerous for us. Thank you, Pak Tatang.
Okay. Is it enough,
Thank you.
Mr. Tatang? Okay, now turn to Mr. Prince, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, Mr. Dera.
Good afternoon, Prince.
Okay, I think your research is exactly very interesting because I'm rare to do research about media social and something like that. But I want to ask you about what do you expect from this study exactly? And after conducting the study, what has not been achieved yet? And the most important, I want to ask you about from your study about media social, what is the bigger effect? Is it positive or negative from media social to the student, according to your study, your research study in West Java? I think that's all I want to know about your opinion. Thank you.
The bigger effect, yeah? Effect.
Okay, thank you. What I wish, yeah, what I hope from this research is actually almost every day I see, because my activity mostly in the school atmosphere. Yeah. Principal, teachers, even more education department always talk about how students should behave in their real society. Yeah. Only in the few seconds, maybe I just hear how schools should have attention about their activities in digital society. So I hope by this research, many school managers will have better attention about this, as well as they create special regulation such as the cyber studentship, cyber curriculum, cyber safety, and many things at school, of course. And this is number one for the first question. And the second, what the biggest impact for student? I think, in the negative thing, actually, school managers agreed that school or teachers cannot control what they have to access, what they want to see in the digital society. This is the biggest things, I think. And what they see, what they read, probably influence their behavior, their life plan, actually. This for the negative impact, the negative things. But the positive one, for example, what I see in my student in my school that I work, actually, the student in the 10th grade, normally prepare their plan, prepare their requirement to enroll, let's say, university they want to learn there. I mean, the biggest impact of social media is access, information access. So the how to say benang merah, the point what we have to underline from the school side is how to make sure that student gain or reach the positive impact from social media. I think that's all, Mr. Prince.
Okay, is it enough, Mr. Prince?
So the final conclusion, according to your result, the bigger, is it negative or positive? I just want to know.
Until I got this data, I mean this survey, the bigger impact of social media is negative.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just want to know that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, the conclusion it is the impact of gadget. Yeah, not this one. Sorry. Okay, this is that school management needs treat and give attention to the student to use the social media. I think it's it. Yeah, there is. Okay, thank you for the first presenter. And next we turn to the second presenter. There is Mrs. Rasdika Denara Hernowo Putri with the title A Virtual Ethnography Study, Body Positivity Influencer in the Fat Acceptance Movement. Okay, are you there, Miss?
Hello.
Rasdika?
Hello, Miss Mary. Thank you for your time. Yeah, let me show my paper. Wait a minute. Oke, udah kelihatan ya?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining with us today. And my name is Rastika Denara Hernowo Putri, and I'm really excited to present the finding my paper with the title Virtual Ethnography Study on Body Positivity Influencer and the Fat Acceptance Movement. So before we dive into the details, let's set the context. In the recent years, the body positivity movement has gained significant momentum and aiming to challenge societal beauty standard and foster acceptance diverse body types. And central to this movement are body positivity influencers who use virtual space to spread their message of body acceptance and inclusivity. So let's move to introduction. Okay, researchers are interested in researching the phenomenon of obesity using a sociological perspective, and interest in this phenomenon arose because researchers saw the hashtag like hashtag fat acceptance, hashtag fat pride movement uploads on the Instagram and the TikTok homepages, as well as mukbang. Maybe you ever heard about that, mukbang content on YouTube, and there were beauty contests, specifically for plus size women with the obesity category, such as My Size Diva. Maybe you ever heard about this contest. And researcher noticed a change. Usually beauty contests have standard contestant with slim bodies. What changed? Researcher do not say about someone has to look attractive with a slim body and a beautiful body or with a certain aesthetic, but look at the welfare and health of the community. And social media is rife with the hashtag of fat acceptance and hashtag fat pride movement, which is a movement of acceptance of fat and obesity. These movements are really making change in our society. So the fat acceptance movement, also known as the size acceptance movement, is the social movement focused on ending weight-based discrimination and promoting body positivity and acceptance for people of all size. And the movement advocates the acceptance of people who are overweight, obese, and have larger body sizes, and aim to challenge societal norm and beauty standard that prioritize thinness. An organized and structured group known as a social movement often works to empower unpresent group of people. And social movement aim to challenge dominant or privileged elite and bring about specific reform to support certain goals. And the fat acceptance and fat pride movement are a group of people trying to change the way we think about overweight people. They want to make specific change in our culture, such as rejecting powerful elite or benefiting from them for some reason. And the movement has been criticized by some who argue that it's promote
Miss Radhika, please,
yes,
your slide is not moved.
sorry?
Sorry, your slide not moved.
Okay, it's still introduction.
Oh, still. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, like so the movement have been criticized by some who argue it with that and promote unhealthy lifestyle. So however, proponents of the movement argue that the focus on weight and body set is harmful and that everyone regardless of their size. So next is research question, and there are maybe 2 or 3 research question. First is, how do body positivity influencer and the fat acceptance movement employ the strategies, narratives, and discourses to challenge societal beauty standard and promote body acceptance within a virtual space? And what are the experiences and perspectives of individuals engaging with body positivity influencers, and how do these influencers influence their self-image, self-esteem, and mental well-being? So next is the literature review. Maybe in literature review, I discuss about previous research on the fat acceptance movement and body positivity on social media. And overall, previous research has shown that social media and online community are important space for individuals to challenge societal norm and promote body positivity and self-acceptance. So additionally, body positivity influencers on social media can be powerful agent of change and promoting acceptance and challenging traditional beauty standard. And second is about the role of influencers in promoting body positivity and acceptance. the presence of digital body positivity activists on social media is known as body positivity influencers. They strive to divide the ideal body as a standard of beauty to which one compare oneself based on appearance. So they are all of all body shapes and sizes to be represented. And content shared on Instagram by body positivity influencer is usually a variety of photo and video, which often focus on showing the body shape of plus size women wearing trending swimwear like a lingerie or bikini or clothing there, and they're showing a happy expression and proud expression, showing an uneven stomach, and they still happy to be able to eat their favorite food like a cake, like a fast food, and they're really happy and yeah, they proud about that. And uploaded posts often use the caption like "Love your body," "All beauties are beautiful," "Big is beautiful," and use the hashtags like hashtag body positivity, hashtag fat acceptance, fat pride movement to strengthen the content. And then the last is about the use of virtual ethnography in the studying online community. A research technique called virtual ethnography involves observing and analyzes online interaction and groups on digital platforms. This methodology enable researchers to investigate social phenomena that takes place in digital environment, including including a social media platform, online forum, and virtual communities. Okay, and it's about methodology. This study follow a virtual ethnography approach, and virtual ethnography as applied online setting explore the idea of rich and complex online community and online social formation. And this research, we explore the idea of hashtag activism to understand shared pattern and activism culture. So researcher can observe online community associated with the fat acceptance movement, such as social media groups and forums, to understand the communication pattern and dynamics of this community. So researchers observe Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, videos, news, podcasts, forum, blogs, and even the web data to better understand the nature of the discourse around the fat acceptance movement. So, and researcher can use text analysis software to analyze online conversation, comment, and posts in the online community associated with the fat acceptance movement. And this can help identify themes, sentiment, and social structure within the community. And we analyze over 35,000 archives tweets over 1 month, and to understand our exploratory research question better. And we use big data application, namely Ben24, for perform the following tasks: convert frequency for its relevant hashtag, group analysis, and sentiment analysis of several hashtags. And so researcher collected secondary data in the form of the content from several body positivity influencers. So researcher also examined comments on take photos, which provide information about the cross-section of the active posts, use the application of hashtag generator inflict. So the last slide is about the result. Maybe it's the data I collected from the big data application is there is a volume mention, social media rates, non-social media rates. How about the positive content, negative content, like that? And again, wait a minute. And there is a most popular mention. Okay, this big data shown who are the most influencer, the most mentioned, and the popular mention, and the recent mention. It's about the message from body positivity movement or influencers. So this is the data I gathered. Okay, there's a top public profile and how many people that influenced by them, and how many percent voice shared. Okay, and there is a source. Okay, so this the result and analysis. First is the overview of the body positivity influencer and the fat acceptance movement. So the body positivity movement and fat acceptance movement are social movement that aim to challenge and change societal norm and attitude towards body image, weight and size. Body positivity influencer are individuals who use their social media platform and other online channels to promote body positivity and self-love and challenge beauty standard and stereotypes. And they often share image and story that celebrate body diversity and encourage their followers to embrace their own bodies regardless of their size, shape, and appearance. And the movement promote the idea of the body are worthy of respect and dignity, and that people all sizes deserve access to the same opportunity and resource. So so some well-known body positivity and fat acceptance influencers include like there are several body positivity influencers and who have all use their platform to promote body positivity and advocate for their acceptance of all body size. Okay, and there's a summary of the findings. The virtual ethnography study of body positivity influencer and the fat acceptance movement provide value insight into the ways that social media is used by fat acceptance activists to promote body positivity and challenge fat stigma and discrimination. And the study found that body positivity influencers use social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok to share their own personal stories and experiences with body image issues, and to provide platform to others to share their own experiences as well. And maybe the study highlight the impact that body positivity influencer can have on shaping public opinion and influencing societal norms and around body image. And the study emphasizes the importance diverse representation in media and the need for greater acceptance and celebration of diverse body types. So thank you for your time, and
Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation. It's about body positivity and beauty standard. Okay, the audience, if you have any question for this study, please raise your hand, or you can write on the chat box. Okay, Mr. Abrori, directly you can ask.
Okay, thank you, moderator, for allowing me to ask question. It is interesting for me. The topic about the ethnography, actually about virtual ethnography, but I'm gonna focus on methodology. So if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about the observation. So the observation is method to collect data. So my question is how to do observation for research virtual, like online data, etc. This is the first question. The second one's I just imagine that the data that presented here is about comments or statements, words, but you presented the data in the form of numbers. Numbers. You see, the numbers is. I think maybe you have drawn from the big data. So how to explain yeah, to the audience, to me, for example, the observation method, then the data you presented is in the form of numbers, not words, not qualitative data, but the quantitative ones. What I mean, can you get my question? That's two questions from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Is it
Thank
clear
you
for
very
you?
much.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Clear.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your question. And this big data application that I use called Brand24. And these applications, you can click the link, you can click you can click the content, and so you can know the whole of their content, you know about their other posts, and you can know about the comments, you know about their and other stories. So that I did to this researchers as maybe I will show you for ada nggak ya? I will show you the application, but with the other project that I want to research with. So we can, so I can observe with this with. So I can observe their content, their comments, their interaction with their followers. Yeah. Oke, ternyata udah ketutup ya. Karena saya pakainya yang free, for free, and it's about 3 months. So I have to use different email to reach that application, because it's really expensive application. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Perhaps you can mention what is the application to find the data?
Brand24. Brand24.
Can you share to the the chat what is the application?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe you can you can use this application as a Brand24. There is a free for free trial, because there's there's this option for free trial. And it's very interesting because we also can observe, we can also visit their content, their whole content. We can visit their profile, and we connected with a lot of social media, like non-social media, or with the social media like a Twitter, like Instagram, like a Facebook, and you can connect with your social media, so you can interact. If you want to doing some interview, you can use your social media. You can reach their you can reach your informant like that. So I use this maybe as the methodology as a mixed method, because I use the numbers for the data collect, and I use observation. I analyze the text, analyze the content, like that. Maybe you can see that application.
Okay, so many resource of data, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, thank
it's a big
you,
data.
Ms. Dinara. Ms. Harsdika, is there any question? Is there another question from the audience? Mr. Sumadi, will you give the question for Ms. Dinara? Harsdika, sorry.
Yeah, it is about methodology of virtual ethnography. Ethnography basically is an interpretive approach So the meaning is as what what the subject of research, how you make that's meaning is same what the meaning of subject, because this is ethnography. It's very important meaning as the meaning that subjek yes maksud begitu. Thank you.
I mean,
how to interpret the data that's meaning as a subject dimaksud gitu. Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Dena Rastika, will you answer?
Okay, understand?
Okay.
Is it brief?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In virtual how? Okay.
Okay.
Interpret data or meaning. Take the meaning from the subject. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your question. Yeah, this question is inquiring about the specific role and effectiveness of virtual photography in uncovering the strategy. For my case, the strategy used by body positivity influencer within the fat acceptance movement, it seeks to understand how virtual photography as a research method provide insight into the methods, narrative, and approaches that influencers employ to challenge conventional beauty standards and promote body acceptance. The question maybe acknowledge that virtual ethnography is means of examining the strategy by immersing researchers in the online space where influencers operate, allowing them to observe, analyze, and interpret influencer action and interaction, and ultimately how this method change our comprehension of the complex dynamic between influencer and their audience within the virtual realm of the fat acceptance movement, like that.
Okay, perhaps is it
thank you
related with your question, Mr. Sumadi? Yeah, because Mr. Sumadi asked about the meaning. Yeah,
Yes.
meaning about the approach of ethnography or giving meaning of the interpretation.
Giving meaning interpretation.
Oh, that is.
Interpretation of data, because ethnography is core of method of ethnography is meaning. Meaning according to the subject of research, as how to confront or to confirmation that meaning.
Okay. Yeah, sorry because of time.
On
Will you
virtual,
continue to answer it?
Virtual, yes.
Okay, maybe where how I interpret the meaning, it's beside it's depend on the data, because because I observe and I doing some analysis text and content, and how the influencers communication with the influencer, how with the people, the digital society. So if you doing some ethnographic and the social media, you can know the meaning by the contents, like a comment, like their post, like their interaction, with the caption maybe, and it's show the meaning, what they want to deliver, what the message they want to deliver, and how it's can open the perspectives about what they want, because it's a movement. So yeah, there's a meaning of the movement you can observe with the big data, because the application show everything.
Okay, probably I can include that meaning it can get from the comment of
from that
the
comment.
informant, using the
Yeah.
application.
With
Okay,
the
sorry because
activity.
because of the limited time, Perhaps for the next
Thank you.
question, it can be
Thank
discussed
you.
outside of conference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Adhika and Mr. Sumadi. Yeah. Okay, now let me move on to the third presenter. Atia Maulia, with the title The Influence of Gadget on the Life of Children and Youth in Pekalongan. Miss Atia is from UIN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid. Are you there? Are you join with us? Miss Atia? Miss Atia? Miss Atia? Are you here? How about the committee? That will we continue for the next presenter, or we are still waiting for Miss Atia join?
Continue to.
Please continue.
For the next presenter?
Yes, for next
Okay,
presenter.
sorry, Miss Atia. Perhaps I have called you for many time. And next, we continue for the next presenter, Ahmad Abrori. Time is yours, Mr. Ahmad. With title Online School Media and Social Status: The Case of Lower Class Urban Muslim Youth. Okay, Mr. Ahmad, you can share your slide.
Thank you for moderator allowing me to present my research. And here I have a friend, Mr. Sumadi. Mr. Sumadi is my friend when I was in Pondok Pesantren. I'll share my presentation here. Sorry, wait, just wait. Okay, can everyone see my slide?
You can see it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's just thank you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. My research is about online social media and social status. The title is also like that. So, the mobilization of lower class urban Muslim youth. My name is Ahmad Abrori. I am a lecturer at the Department of Sociology, FISIP, UIN Jakarta. The presentation is structured in 4 sections. First, introduction. Second is research method. Third one is result, and then the last one is conclusion. Introduction. I do this research because a lot of scholars have attention to Muslim youth, but still little study on how urban Muslim youth elevate their status. So I think it is significant to examine the relationship between social mobility and social status in religious sphere to analyze the transformation of urban Muslim youth in practicing their religion. So my question is how do our class urban youth in the digital era enhance their status? To address this question, sorry, I just make it bigger. To address these questions, I borrow the concepts of mobilization theory from sociologists. Yeah, the first sociologist is Richard Sennett. Richard Sennett is American sociologist. Yeah, he theorized that modern culture, causes individuals to construct their identity. And this identity construction leads to the process of social mobilization. In my opinion, this theory may fits to the Indonesian contemporary society, especially for those who do identity construction, to gain social status. The second sociologist is Bourdieu. Yeah, Bourdieu is popular with his theory about social capital. Yeah, he says that social mobility creates opportunities for everybody, for persons, yeah, to access capitals, either is social capitals, cultural capitals, yeah, and also what is else? Economic capitals, yeah. So, but underlining Bourdieu, we can understand that social mobility make person have a possibility to reach the opportunities, yeah, to reach the opportunities. The last sociologist is Weber. Weber is the classical sociologist. He wrote The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism. Yeah. In this book, he make a big theorize that religion, yeah, leads opportunities for everyone, for someone, yeah, to enhance one social status. So what Weber said is different with Marx, because Marx said only economy can lead someone enhance their social status, and Weber make a different theory with make a different theory with Marx. Yeah. What the meaning? What the definition of social status here? I already put the definition. Social status is the position, yeah, that individuals or groups hold in society. Social status, like Indonesia, is like being dosen, yeah, or maybe in religious sphere, like being kiai or ustad. That's also social status, yeah. And economic, like being pengusaha, being dagang, is social status. Identity construction means a process of branding by which individuals or groups develop their sense and how and who they are. See, so that's the definition of terms that is important for me to explain shortly. What is the method? My method is doing qualitative research. Yeah, I do by interviewing 33 informants. Yeah. The informants are including Habibs. Habibs mean the person that believe who are heirs, who are the descendants of the Prophet, yeah, Muhammad, the Prophet of Muhammad. And the informant also includes the followers of Habib. And what kind of Habib? Who is Habib? Habib's only who active or who live or who are in Majlis Rasulullah Jakarta. So no Habibs in Pekalongan, no Habibs in other countries, but only in Majlis Rasulullah Jakarta. I also, besides interviewing informants, I also collected the data from their online media and printed documents. This method is to be validation, to make a triangulation about what the data they had collected from the interview. Okay. The results of the research is that the social status is gained by constructing identity. That's my my finding. What is the identity that becomes social status? The identity become the identity that considered to be status here is the followers of Habib. Yeah, being followers of Habib's mean they are very proud. They are very proud. Yeah, they are very proud to be follower of Habib. Why? Yeah, why? I quote one statement from the member here. We are honored, everyone can read it. We are honored to serve as the activists of the Majlis. We are not able to serve as preachers. It means that we are not able to be da'i, to be kiai, to be ustad, ustada, yeah. Yet, or but, supporting Habib Munzir, mean Habib here in Aziz Rasulullah and other Habibs, means assisting the da'wah of the Prophet Muhammad. Yeah. So they are very proud to be followers of Habib because they have this identity, this explanation. So, and then I make two categories here for the status. First, in level individual. In level individual, the status is activist. Yeah, activist of the Majlis is individual activist. In the second one is in the level of group, which means the status is Majlis community. Yeah. As mentioned before, that the theory said if someone reaches the social status, they have some opportunities. What opportunities that activists of the Majlis can gain? Yeah. Mainly the activities, the opportunities are exercising leadership skills. So exercising leadership skills have an indications, have indicators. I provide 5 indicators here. Yeah. The leadership skills like coordinator, it means that they do coordinating to their members who live in their region. Yeah, for example, they can also be a manager, they can also be a producer, they can also be an organizer and also fundraisers. But all of these skills are a big part of leadership skills. Yeah. So becoming activists mean they can enhance their self-esteem. Why? Because they have skills. Yeah, because they have skill. Oh, sorry, I have to go back to the before. I have to read the characteristic of youth. Sorry for this. The characteristic of youth. Yeah, the youths are 18 to 30 years old, and majority of this youth graduated from senior high school, public high school, but many of them, yeah, also graduated from junior high school, and some of them have jobs, but the job is in informal sectors, yeah, informal jobs. So the income is so lower. So this is the picture of lower class society, yeah, lower class urban youth. They have education, but until the only senior high school, and they have also jobs, but in informal sectors, which is income is very, very low. So becoming activists means they have opportunities to be leader, to be person that recognize have skills. Yeah. Then because they consider becoming activists as a pride, then they disseminate, yeah, then they put pictures, videos in their social media. So the social media is a media for them to promote themselves, to to maybe influence others, yeah, asking others or influence others to become activists of the Majlis. You know. In the level of group, there is a Majlis community. Yeah. In Majlis community also has opportunity. I make two categories. Yes, first is organizing activities. Yeah, and developing and networking. Majlis community means they are group that always making activities like Islamic gatherings, etc. Yeah, I mentioned here. And in organizing activities, they run monthly Islamic gatherings. They're also recruiting new members. They're also managing branches, because in one region there are a lot of branches. Yeah, branches is, for example, branch of Sabab A, Sabab B, Kampung A, Kampung B. Yeah, so Kampung A, Kampung B, and then they manage to be one big organization. So they managing branches, doing philanthropy. Even they are from poor people, they can also collect the food. They also collect donation. Yeah, for who? For victims of this natural disaster. And for as a community, they're also holding recreation, such as weekend camps or pilgriming to Islamic saint tombs. The second opportunities is developing and networking. This is very important for them, because they live in the city with very crowded, very crowded city. Developing networking is very exciting. They can making collaborative events between communities from different cities. Yeah, they can also becoming an event organizer for local society Islamic gatherings, because the local society asked them to do Islamic gathering, and then they are seen to be a group they used to run this Islamic gathering. Another networking is also coordinating with the center of the Majlis in inviting Habibs to deliver sermon, and also coordinating in requests, yeah, to IT practitioners from other institutions to train them how to editing video, to how to graphic design. So as a result, being Majlis community, for them is important, because and then have been recognized not only for the members, for their members, for the Majlis members, but also the recognitions coming from the society. The society very welcome for them to run any activities, for example, Islamic gathering, as I said. And also by community, they also use online media. So they're benefiting from the online media to disseminate the core of the value of the Majlis. What is it? The values of the Majlis is rooted or is related to Islamic traditional, which is promoted by Hadrami community or by International Hadramic Society. Hadrami Society means the community of Habibs. Yeah, the community of Habibs have teaching, and then the teaching was accepted by this youth. Yeah, what is the values? The values, there are two teaching, the main two teaching. First, promoting Maulid, and second one is Ziarah. Maulid is sometimes is a controversial issue, because in Maulid, in running Maulid, in Maulid event, the congregants, the attendants, not only delivering prayers to the Prophet, but also they believe the Prophet present in the midst of the congregants. So this is controversial, but then they believe about that. Second one is ziarah. Ziarah means visiting tombs, but the tombs is only for the Islamic science tombs. Why they visited them? They want to share to other that there were Islamic science, that should be honored for us, should be honored by us. So this is maybe can be connected to the concept of Salafus Soleh. For them, Salafus Soleh is not only the Sahabah, for example, the friends of the Prophet. No, not only that. The Salafus Soleh, the previous Muslim saints are also the ones who promote the Prophet Dawah, the Prophet Muhammad Dawah, and those are also maybe Indonesian people. That's the findings, the conclusion. In conclusion, the study highlights the constructions of identity that causes mobilization because of new social status. The online social media has been utilized in this mobilization process. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. The time given to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abrori, for your interesting presentation. Okay, please, audience, if you have any question, you can raise your hand or you can write on the chat box. Yeah, feel free to ask your question. Is there any question?
I saw a chat. There is a question from Mbak Wiwin Arifin.
Oh, yeah.
Wiwin?
Yes. So, is it clear?
Okay, yeah, is it? Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah. Well, okay. I want to ask Pak Abrori, because we know that religious identity is part of personal identity, right?
Yes.
So in a global relations between people, the power relations is still there. So what I want to ask you is how far the social mobility as a political choice of Habibs to make a personal branding or identity constructions to be acknowledged by people in general who are here, youth with low in educations, because it will be very crucial also to understand about how if those youth are people who are very critical in seeing the practicing of the Habibs. And I want to ask you also about the procedure of being the participants of this majlis. Is there any bayat or something? Because you know that there are certain activities which should be, acknowledged by the members of this majlis. Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
so there are two questions, from Ms. Wiwin. So
Thank you
far,
very much for the interesting question, Ms. Wiwin. The first question is about the political issue. We know that the Habib is very honored by the youth, especially in Jakarta, which is rooted in a Betawi society, Betawi culture. In Betawi culture, Habib is very, very honored, and people are also like to have a relationship with them. So youth is presented the society. So what is if this relationship utilized or manipulated in the political context? Maybe that question is there. Yeah, of course. It could be the submission of the followers can be manipulated to support the Habib. For example, we know there were 212 movement in 2016, and then continue into the next years, and then we know there were some Habibs to become main figures, to main actors, and we cannot blind our eyes. We cannot blind our eyes that the followers are following what the Habibs say. This is the problem of the relationship, the power relation between Habib and the followers. The followers can reject, can avoid what Habib say. They will follow because what Habib say is like a doctrine, it's like a doctrine. If you deny Habib, it's like you deny the prophet. It's like that. It's a traditional belief, but that's the fact. That's the fact. We can't deny it. So this is the problem when the relationship is not balanced. Actually, in religion, yeah, because there are a lot of bumbu-bumbu, yeah, in religious issue. Second one is about the bayat, yeah. This is important question to be answered, yeah. As long as I know, yeah, when I research, when I went to the community, I found the community is very crowded. Yeah, if they run an event, see, maybe the members reach like millions. See, millions. If you see, they run Islamic organization in Monas area. See, the followers is like that, so crowded, millions. If I ask them how many branches do we have? We have 60 branches, but that's only claims, they said, because the actual of the numbers we don't know. But if you want to see how much do we have, yeah, how much follower do we have, you just go to the event. See, even in weekly Islamic gathering, the attendance can be thousands. So that's the numbers. In this observation, I can conclude that there is no bay'ah, there is no something, because this is so open. This is so popular. Everyone can join. Everyone can also live. Everyone can also, stay with the majlis. Because the popularity means that they don't have any secret, yeah, to be kept by the members. So that's the observation. The second one, I didn't ask the question about the bayat, but I also follow you. Some of them are also close to my become my neighborhood, and I believe there is no bayat to be the followers of the Habibs. Everyone can join. Everyone can live anytime, anyone. Okay. Thank you.
Is there any economic motive of this majlis? You know that they did a kind of fundraising, right?
Yeah, but there is an economic motive here, but the main motive is, of course, religious. Yeah, they have economic motive. For example, yeah, they make water.
Okay.
In their brain, they make own brand, because when the events, when the big events, when they run big events, the water are sold, yeah, to the jamaah, and this also can collect money. But this is nothing, because the big events need big money. Water's only bottle is nothing.
But this is an economic motive, actually. If you want to seek it, what precisely?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for Ms. Vivian and Mr. Abrori to have answered the question and the conclusion. Perhaps in the political context, yeah, the relationship between Habib and his follower, it's related each other, yeah. Then they can be support system for the Habib. Is it like that? There is?
Say it again, sorry.
Yeah, in the political context, the relation between Habib and his followers, it's so related each other. They can be, the follower can be support system for the Habib to be his popularity. It is?
Yes. It is.
That is?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad. Then last but not the least, yeah, the next presenter is Amarwati Ningsih from UN Kiai Haji Abdurrahman Wahid. She will take the title Tasawuf Digital Generation Spiritual Crisis Solution. Are you here, Mrs. Amarwati? Miss Amarwati? Miss Amarwati, have you joined us?
She's not in the list, actually.
Okay, so how about is it, committee?
Okay, we're going to next sessions.
Okay, for the next session, yeah. Next session, it will be moderated by Miss Rasdika, yeah? Is it?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mary.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. See you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Esteemed participant and respected presenters, welcome to the last session. It's the session 4 of the second Bandung. Sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participant and respected presenters, welcome to session 4. It's the last session of the second Bandung International Conference, Social Science, with the theme Digital Society and the Global South. I'm your moderator, Rastika Denara, and I'll be guiding us through this thought-provoking session. We have a lined up remarkable presenters who will delve into diverse topics related to impact of digital society on the global south. Each presenter will have 10 minutes to share their insight, followed by a 5 minutes discussion period. So our first presenter is Tolop Marbun, who will enlighten us on the impact of digital sociology on intercultural in the context of Indonesia. And next we have Sumadi, who will discuss managing gender equality, resistance to the dominant discourse of Islamic patriotism in Indonesia through a virtual conference. And following that, there is Andi Akifa will shed light on the communication experience on the Lauje inland tribe community in confronting technological development. Lastly, Mohammed Nurholis Majid will explore the phenomena fear of missing out or FOMO sebagai dalam pengguna akun trade sebagai representasi diri di kalangan milenial Kabupaten Mojokerto. And the final presenter will be Dadi Darmadi, who will present performing the Quran on YouTube, an ethnographic study of Indonesia's prominent reciters in digital era. So after its presentation, we will open the floor for a 5 minutes discussion, providing an opportunity for you, the audience, to engage with the presenters and delve deeper into topic at hand. So let us begin this insightful session where we aim to critically examine knowledge production and future research trajectories in the context and the global of digital society. And thank you. Let's proceed with the presentation. Okay, so okay, let's give applause to the first presentation. The first presenter Tolok Marbun, with the impact of digital society on intercultural and the context of Indonesia. Please, Mr. Tolok Marbun. Are you with us, Mr. Tolok Marbun?
I think no. We can skip to the second speaker for the panel.
Oh, okay. Okay, next, there's Mr. Sumadi with Managing Gender Equality Resistant to the Dominant Discourse of Islamic Patriotism in Indonesia through a virtual conference. Okay, are you with us, Mr. Sumadi?
Okay.
Thank you. Hello. Okay, please welcome Mr. Sumadi.
Okay, thank you. I think at 4 o'clock p.m. So no, yeah. Hello, Miss Moderator.
Yes.
It's time for me.
Yes, it's time for Mr. Sumadi. Please.
Okay.
Present your material.
Okay, thank you. First, me introduce myself. My name is Sumadi from Darussalam Islamic Institute, Jamis. It's a great chance for me can participate in this great event, the second Bandung International Conference on Social Science. In this great opportunity, I would like to present myself paper under the title Managing Gender Equality, Resistant to Dominant Discourse of Islamic Patriotism in Indonesia through a virtual conference. Advocacy against patriarchy has been a global endeavor, yet the persistence of patriarchal norm remain a concern in both developed and developing nations. In Indonesia, manifestation of patriarchy endure across multiple spheres of life, encompassing culture, politics, society, religion, economy.
The slide doesn't move, Pak.
Despite this, Indonesian feminists have undertaken diverse efforts to challenge patriarchy. The digital age has offered a viable and secure arena for countering patriarchal dominance, even among marginalized communities such as the LGBT population. A strategy to confront the issue of patriarchal control in the digital realm involved exploiting virtual space through conference. The first Kartini Conference on Indonesian Feminists, KCIF, 2023, conducted virtually, symbolized a form of opposition to patriarchal dominance in Indonesia. And then this is the literature review, or the previous research, virtual space, a space for resistance to patriarchal hegemony. For example, virtual queerness resisting heteronormativity in online space. How recent rap on YouTube advance alternative political deliberation. And the other, and for example, then give me that online religion, religious authority, and resistance through blogging. Virtual conference that creates space for constructing transnational feminist resistance in the time of crisis. But it is still less of research about how virtual conference as the space of for resistance to patriarchal hegemony. So overall, virtual space can be a powerful tool for resisting patriarchal hegemony and promoting alternative gender identities and roles. KCIF as the resistance of patriarchal hegemony of Islamic patriotism in Indonesia. The study is about the virtual first Kartini Conference on Indonesian Feminists, which held the consortium of 3 institutions, namely Let's Talk, Onde, and Gaya Woman Padepokan. In this conference, there were 118 paper titles, and 31 discussion team, both in the form keynote speech, panel session, roundtable discussion, and plenary session.
Sorry, Mr. Sumadi, I think your slide is still the first slide.
Okay. Okay, be quiet, boy. Yeah. KCF, for the KCF 2023 present touch on inclusivism and feminism, raise national issues, and bring together various community groups from academic, activists, researchers, and to the working class to formulate women issues. KJF 2023 is big event, let's talk, in a series program against patriarchal Islam domination in Indonesia and the world. The virtual format of KCF contribute to its effectiveness as mean of countering patriarchal dominance by establishing a platform for feminist activism, challenging conventional gender norm and identities, and advocating for alternative discourse of equality. As a virtual conference, KCF allows feminists to connect, organize, and mobilize across border, amplifying their voice and challenging oppressive system in Indonesia. So as the conclusion, KCF as virtual conferences have had a positive impact on inclusivity of feminist resistance movement by reducing barrier to entry, increasing participation, and making it easier for feminists from diverse background to connect and collaborate. KCF as a virtual conference can be an effective means of resistance to patriarchal domination by creating a space for feminist activism, challenging gender norm and identities, and promoting alternative discourse of equality. This is maybe the short explanation of my short paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sumadi, for the good presentation. So we have 5 minutes to discussion session. If you wanna ask some question, let's just raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Prince Charles.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Moderator. Maybe Mr. Sumari can close your screen first.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, I think your topic is interesting, but I'm curious. I want to know about what is the methodology exactly used in your study, and is it quantitative or qualitative? Because I'm still confused. Is quantitative, how long period you take the data? Maybe I not follow with focus on your presentation. Please you provided that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prince Charles. Okay, Mr. Sumadi, it's time to answer the question.
Okay, thank you. This is ongoing process of research. Okay, with a qualitative approach. Yes, it's maybe qualitative approach, and then so it is a virtual ethnography too, by observation, and then discuss or interview, and then clarify what discussed with the participant of conference. So this is a qualitative research.
Okay, I got it. Okay, and next I want to know about usually in qualitative method and we in research, usually we using informal. I
Yes.
want to know what is the informant you use in the and how many informant. Is it only ordinary informant or the important informant? And the next is usually in qualitative method, we have some kind like we call phenomena.
Yes.
Exactly, qualitative is begin with the phenomena before you begin your research. So can you explain to us what is the motivation or the beginning of your study? Is it from what phenomena? Because I not got it from your previous background and your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you, Prince Charles. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Prince, because this is ongoing research. Okay, for the subject of research or informant, this is the member of KCIF, and then the chair of KCIF, and then all of dialogue transcript, and then I will clarify to many participant or speaker on KCIF, and then I'll make interpretation data. This is the highlight data. Okay, what I presented just now. And then thank you, Mr. Prince. Yes, the phenomena in many communities or organization, challenge or resistant to the Islamic patriarchy Islam, it's not consolidate well. So because many barrier to get to meet together physically, to consolidate physically. So virtual conference is make easily the activists, academies, or activists, academies together or to collaborate by a virtual room or virtual space. So maybe this is because digital area, this is a good chance. Yes, the valuable chance for feminist activism. Maybe yes, this is lack of phenomena. Thank you, Mr. Prince.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sumadi. I got it your point. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have a question?
Baru sholat ini, kirain nanti. Okay, Mr. Abrori, please.
Can I have question? Can I raise question, Mr. Moderator?
Raise your son, Mr. Abrori.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's allowed to me to raise question, to Mr. Sumadi. So Mr. Sumadi is talking about the Islamic patriarchy, see? So I just wanna ask you about the context of Islamic education. How can we apply this program, this issue into our Islamic education like Pondok Pesantren? How can we explain to santri, to Islamic students about Islamic patriarchy? Because this term, maybe adopted from Western, and also, we as a scholar or you as a lecturer, for example, maybe have a program to disseminate the issue of Islamic patriarchy in Islamic education. What kind of strategy, for example, to educate our city to have a knowledge, to have knowledge about Islamic patriarchy? What is strategy to we can do. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mari.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abrori. Because Islamic Institute of Darussalam under umbrella of pesantren, that our strategy from the higher education, we make curriculum in the perspective of feminist perspective. For example, we have the subject of gender and keadilan hukum Islam. And then we have multiculturalism. And then in the epistemology, we give for the teacher of pesantren about how to discuss something about Islam in pesantren in the approach text and context. Text and context. So because says or books, traditional book on in pesantren, it's all patriarchy, still patriarchy, okay. But if we teach, okay, this is the book contain the value of patriarchy, but we teach in the approach text and context. So this is become they understand that in that a book or this book is still contain patriarchy values, and that empower woman. For example, in pesantren, many PhD or many doctor, and with the education, they have perspective, the equality perspective. Maybe that the strategy. Although yes, it is still many teacher teach in the perspective of patriarchy. Okay. But this is about the strategy. Or we have a pusat studi perempuan here. This is one of effort how to explain the patriarchy and how to empower or to make equality gender in pesantren, make the ecosystem or atmosphere gender equality in pesantren. Maybe it's Mr. Abrori.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting presentation, Ms. Mari. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sumadi and the participant. I'm sorry because there's connection trouble. And next we have Andi Akifa. Andi Akifa, are you with us?
Yes,
Mr. Andi
I'm here.
Akifa? Oh, this is Andi Akifa. Mrs. Andi Akifa will shed light on the communication experience of the Lauji and Land tribe community in confronting technological development. So the Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator. And let me show my slide. I think I have difficulties in sharing the material. Can I use the slide from?
Okay, I will help.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pascal.
Okay, thank you.
Have you sent it to the Google form?
Yes,
Okay.
I have.
Okay, please wait for a moment.
I'm so sorry for the delay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I will start the presentation. Thank you very much for the committee for helping me to share the slide. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to present our article about communication experience of the Lauje Inland Tribe in Central Sulawesi in encountering technological development. Okay, move. Okay, before further explain or explore about our topic, let me tell a little bit about this tribe that we are focusing on. It is Lauje tribe. Lauje tribe is one of hundreds tribe in Central Sulawesi. There are so many tribe in Central Sulawesi, and why I choose this tribe among other tribe because they are unique and they live in isolated area, and actually there are two kind of place that people of Lauje tribe live in. There is also in seashore and also in upland or highland. In this article, in this research, I focused on the Lauje tribe who lives in highland. So they live in very isolated area. They have a limited access of transportation, so they are very difficult. They hard to go to anywhere, actually go outside their community, and also they run their daily life in traditional way. So it's a little bit different with us who live in the city. And why I also choose this topic, because even though they like their life in traditional way, but in their surrounding area, communication technology infrastructure already installed. So willing or not, they have to in touch with the communication technology. Next. Our research methodology is qualitative method with phenomenological approach, and this study also employed the phenomenological theory proposed by Alfred Schultz. Phenomenology is actually describe that meaning comes from the life experience of people about phenomena. And the informant were selected by using purposive sampling, by using some criteria such as based on some profession owned by people in the area. There are 3 professions that we identified during our research: teachers, farmers, and also traders or sellers, because the 3 profession mostly owned by most people in Lauje tribe in upland. Data collection is carried out using observation, in-depth interviews, and also literature studies. Next. Next, and we come to the result of the research. After conducting the research, we have identified some experience that they have run during their in touch with communication technology. First is having a good access of information is the most valuable experience of all informants. All of informants said that after getting in touch with communication technology, they have a good access of information. For example, for farmers, they can know the price of the plant that they have planted, or also they can know the way to plan the modern way to plan something, or also the traders, they can also find many things like prices or any kind of information that can support their profession. And the next is yes. Both farmers and traders practicing internet marketing, as a result, rising their income. And even though they live in traditional way, but because they already have communication technology, even though just very limited things, but they also try to adopt the internet marketing. So there is a little bit changing after they in touch with communication technology. People now can sell their good or their things in internet or by using social media. Before they use the communication technology, they said that it is difficult for them, for example, for farmers, it is difficult for them to distribute or to sell their plants, because most of people or most of community in that area plant many similar plants. So there are no people who will buy their planting. So, but after they use the communication technology, that nowadays people from outside the area come to that area to buy their product, because they sell more cheaper. They sell cheaper, so many people come, and that as a result, rising their income. But then there is also negative side of communication technology that they experience. They said that moral degradation of young ages. There is moral degradation. Some informants said that most young people speak unpolitely after connecting with communication technology, because they imitated many things in internet. And next. And the next is, although some infrastructure of ICT have been installed in the area, teachers are not able to implement online learning. Most students are not able to follow the instruction. I asked about whether they implement online learning or no during the pandemic, but they said that they didn't use it because, or they didn't do it because people in the area or students, most of students cannot use, or we can say, digital illiteracy. Some informants find that difficult utilizing ICT because they lack of digital literacy. So maybe later for the next, maybe there should be there should be an action for the digital literacy in that area. So we come to the conclusion. We identified two conclusions. here, although still living a traditional life, the people of the Lauje tribe in the inland still try to keep up with the development of communication technology, even though with a limited way. The second is the communication experience felt by the Lauje inland tribe in using communication technology provides many benefits, especially in terms of gaining access to information, considering that so far people in the Lauje upland tribe are very isolated. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you. I give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay,
And thank you, the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Akifa, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation. And Ms. Akifa explore how this community has navigated and adapted to the changing technological landscape while preserving its cultural identity. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us see the question from the participant. Please raise your hand. Is there any question? Any question? Okay, if there is no question from the participant, no. Let me questions.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, there's any question. Mr. Iqbal.
Thank you,
Okay.
the Akifa, for your interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, you explained that the Lauje tribe have adopted communication technologies and they harness them to provide to benefit for their own benefit, such as like for trading their goods. But what my question is, what made them adopt communication technologies? Are there any, let's say, religious, cultural background that made them adopt such communication technology?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Iqbal ya. Okay, should I direct answer, Miss Moderator?
Okay, you can directly answer it.
Okay, thank you. Pak Iqbal, thank you for the interesting question. Actually, yeah, even though as my conclusion, I said in my conclusion that even though they are very isolated or very traditional, live in traditional way, but they still try to adopt the communication technology because actually this is because they already tried to open their community, even though they are difficult to get access of transportation, but the government already installed some infrastructure in the area, so people in the area come. Some people come, and also they like introduce some, or they show some valuable things about communication technology. That's why they're interesting to use it. And but even though still limited, just some people adopt the technology, but there is still some changing regarding the communication technology use. I think there is no any like culture or religious things that make them adopt the technology. I think just that, Pak Iqbal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your detailed answer to the question. Okay, is there any question?
I want to ask.
Okay, next, Mr. Pasca.
Is there any government support for the tribes in there for the development of the technology?
Yeah. Actually, three of us, one of our research, my research friend said that as the local government, the chief of village said that they're really open for the, for the developer who will install the communication infrastructure in the area. So like there are some, what do you say, tower in the area, and actually some public not public building like village office, they already have like hotspot, so some people can use it, but just in a certain place like in village office. Just I think the support is just like that.
Yeah, okay, I'm agree. Thank you,
Yes, thank
Ms. Andi Akiva.
Okay, thank you for Ms. Andi Akiva for your information and for your answer. And thank you for the participants for the question. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue? We are now going to listen to Muhammad Nurholis Majid's presentation with the title Fenomena Fear of Missing Out or FOMO pada pengguna akun Thread sebagai representasi diri di kalangan milenial Kabupaten Mojokerto. Oke, silakan, please go ahead.
Terima kasih atas waktunya. Suaranya terdengar?
Terdengar.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Izinkan saya mempresentasikan dengan bahasa Indonesia.
Silakan.
Dalam penelitian ini, saya mengambil judul tentang fenomena fear of missing out atau FOMO pada pengguna akun Thread sebagai representasi diri di kalangan milenial Kabupaten Mojokerto. Kenapa sih kami berdua meneliti ini? Karena yang melatar belakang adalah perkembangan teknologi digital yang saat ini berkembang cukup pesat, mulai dari revolusi 4.0 saat ini hingga 5.0, mungkin nanti ada 6.0 dan selanjutnya, sehingga mempengaruhi perkembangan penggunaan media sosial atau new media yang membuat kehidupan saat ini tidak lepas dari internet dan sosial media. Terbukti bahwa hampir seluruh kita semua pasti punya akun media sosial. Seperti kita dapat informasi konferensi ini dari media sosial juga. Dengan percepatan perkembangan teknologi, kita dapat menyampaikan informasi yang dari jauh terasa dekat. Kenapa new media ini baru? Karena hampir 167 juta pengguna media sosial ada di Indonesia. Hampir setengah lebih pengguna Indonesia memiliki akun media sosial. Media sosial yang 3 terbanyak yakni adalah WA, IG, dan Facebook. Sehingga lahirnya sebuah FOMO atau kecanduan atau takut atas ketinggalan informasi yang ada di media sosial. Sehingga pada tanggal 6 bulan 7 2023 kemarin, Max Weber melalui Metanya meluncurkan aplikasi baru namanya Threads. Threads ini adalah aplikasi baru yang menurut informasi yang saya dapatkan dari detik.com, setelah 4 hari peluncuran ada 100 juta pengguna baru yang terintegrasi dengan Instagram. Banyak pro kontra atas munculnya Threads ini. Sehingga dengan perkembangan jumlah pengguna yang cukup tinggi dalam 4 hari akan menjadikan sebuah FOMO bagi kalangan milenial. Mereka mungkin saya berasumsi mereka bangga bahwa kita harus ikut arus, ikut tahu, ikut berkembang, sehingga tidak dikatakan kurang update, sehingga kita menggunakan akun. Kenapa kami memilih Kabupaten Mojokerto? Karena Kabupaten Mojokerto adalah kabupaten yang terletak di pinggiran kota besar, Sidoarjo, Surabaya, sebagainya, dan banyak pabrik-pabrik di sini, sehingga banyak masyarakat dari perkotaan ikut bergabung di Kabupaten Mojokerto, akan mempengaruhi bagaimana persepsi diri dari generasi milenial yang ada di Kabupaten Mojokerto. Sedangkan metode yang saya gunakan yakni menggunakan tipe deskriptif kualitatif dengan dasar penelitian adalah fenomenologi. Bagaimana kita menggali informan kita secara fenomena yang berkembang di masa, fenomena akun yang digemari anak-anak milenial tersebut dengan teknik pengumpulan data observasi, wawancara mendalam. Sedangkan teknik analis data menurut Mules dan Habermas ada 3: penyajian data, reduksi data, dan penarikan sebuah kesimpulan, sehingga nanti penelitian ini akan mendapatkan sebuah kesimpulan. Next, pembahasannya. Media sosial adalah media yang kita gunakan sehari-hari, sehingga bagi media sosial ini memunculkan akun baru, sebuah tweets yang akan menjadi FOMO bagi kalangan milenial, yang akan membentuk eksistensi diri yang seperti apa, yang mungkin mereka dalam penelitian ini temukan bahwa mereka lebih menggunakan akun tweet ini sebagai informasi yang melalui penelitian ini bahwa akun tweet menyebabkan FOMO bagi kalangan informan yang berbeda-beda, dikarenakan setiap informan memiliki ketertarikan. Mungkin ada yang dalam penelitian ini informan menyebutkan bahwa saya ikut karena diajak teman, saya ikut karena takut ketinggalan informasi atau tren yang saat ini berkembang, sehingga mereka mengikuti dan ikut memiliki akun tersebut. Pada aspek FOMO yang di sini adalah ada 2, yakni ketakutan keadaan emosional yang timbul secara seseorang terancam ketika dia sedang tidak terhubung dengan media sosial yang mereka miliki, atau mereka lebih dirasakan takut ketinggalan informasi yang berkembang saat ini. Teman-temannya sudah ikut, akhirnya dia ikut mencoba. Pada awalnya mereka bercerita bahwa mereka hanya iseng ikut, kemudian akan tertarik menjadi sebuah ketakutan ketika tidak dia update di media tweets, mereka akan ketinggalan. Yang kedua, kekhawatiran. Perasaan yang timbul ketika seorang menemukan bahwa orang lain mengalami peristiwa yang menyenangkan tanpa lelah kehilangan sesuatu. Mereka takut ketinggalan informasi atau ketinggalan berita terhadap temannya yang lain. Kan FOMO ini, tweet ini adalah banyak, sehingga artis-artis juga ikut sebagainya, sehingga mereka tertarik ikut seperti itu. Sehingga menjadi sebuah kesimpulan bahwa untuk menunjukkan bahwa representasi diri pada kalangan milenial di Kabupaten Mojokerto adalah mereka memiliki keinginan atau sudut pandang pribadi yang ingin dipandang sebagai seorang yang menyenangkan. Dari aspek pribadinya dikatakan menyenangkan, moralitas ikut zaman, dan kualitas dirinya terhadap orang lain melalui media tweets. Yang kedua, kalau milenial ini membutuhkan pengakuan diri secara sosial, mereka butuh pencarian jati diri karena mereka generasi yang milenial yang semua diukur dari viral dan tidak viral. Bisa menerbangkan positif vibe bagi temannya atau support system. Hal ini dengan melalui media ini mereka bisa cenderung lebih mempertahankan citra diri yang positif terhadap orang lain melalui media sosial. Itu mungkin yang saya sampaikan. Saya kembalikan kepada moderator. Terima kasih.
Probably there will be some connection issue with moderator. I will take handle this. If there are any questions for the presenter.
Suara saya terdengar nggak ya?
Oke, terdengar Bu,
Dengar,
dilanjutkan.
Bu.
Oh, oke, terdengar ya. Terima kasih. Jadi seperti ini mungkin penelitian ini menyoroti bagaimana penggunaan akun thread ya dalam media sosial berperan sebagai representasi diri. Ya, dan bagaimana rasa FOMO ini mempengaruhi perilaku mungkin anak-anak milenial ya di Kabupaten Mojokerto. Oke, untuk para presenters atau partisipan, apakah ada pertanyaan yang ingin ditanyakan ke Bapak Nurholis? Silakan raise hand atau bisa di kolom chat. Boleh, mungkin Pak Nurholis bisa stop share screen-nya ya.
Terima kasih.
Ada yang mau ditanyakan? Ada yang mau ditanyakan? Bentar ya, saya lihat dulu. Boleh mungkin di chat, bantu jawab, bantu ditulis aja kalau ada pertanyaan. Oke.
Oke, saya mau menanya Bu.
Oke, silakan.
Oke, Pak Nurholis, terkait dengan FOMO ini ya, memang FOMO ini menarik kan. Di satu sisi ada pengaruh dari tren media sosial itu sendiri. Di mana kan ya kalau misalnya generasi kita itu kalau ketinggalan informasi disangkanya kudet atau nggak gaul ya. Bagaimana apakah ada impact dari sosial media itu sendiri, dari streamline Instagram, TikTok terhadap pengaruh FOMO ini yang akhirnya menumbuhkan kita untuk jadi FOMO, dan bagaimana cara untuk generasi muda untuk menghindari FOMO itu sendiri?
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaan dari Mr. Pasca. Dalam penelitian ini adalah emang pada intinya FOMO ini ada efek positif dan negatif. Positifnya pasti mereka akan membentuk jati diri dan sebagainya. Yang kedua, ketika dia tidak dikuatkan dengan intelektual atau pendampingan secara religius, kalau di bahasa kami religius, atau mungkin ke agamanya masing-masing, mereka akan terbawa arus dengan perkembangan di media sosial yang cukup abstrak dan semua informasi itu ada. Pada intinya, perlu ada satu penguatan literasi digital. Sudah mungkin 2 tahun ini sudah digalakan oleh Kominfo, literasi digital mungkin lewat seperti itu, atau yang kedua pendekatan secara religiusitas, mungkin yang ketiga ini seperti ini. Media sosial ini wadah yang cukup besar menurut saya, sangat-sangat besar, sangat-sangat banyak pengaruhnya. Bagaimana kita seorang akademisi dari kalangan akademisi bisa masuk dalam ranah-ranah tersebut, sehingga kita bisa membuat arus tersendiri atau membuat positive face sendiri di media sosial. Mungkin saat ini di Instagram mungkin yang mayoritas Islam ada Gus Idam dengan pendekatannya, Gus Habib Ja'far dengan pendekatannya masing-masing, mungkin dari agama yang lain dengan pendekatannya masing-masing, mungkin ada NU garis lucu, Kristen garis lucu, mungkin dengan cara-cara itu akan meningkatkan representasi diri, menentukan jati diri mereka. Saya juga membaca penelitian terkait FOMO ini yang dilakukan oleh Wiji Rahayu Ningtyas, bahwa mereka menjelaskan juga gejala timbul seorang mengalami FOMO adalah ketergantungan, karena mereka tergantung. Bayangkan saja kita sendiri setiap hari kita lebih bingung ketinggalan handphone dari ketinggalan dompet. Sampai semacam itu. Ada juga riset saya terkait milenial dengan hoax. Dia juga yang orang-orang yang terpapar hoax itu karena dikarenakan 80% hidupnya tergantung dengan media sosial. Sehingga yang paling untuk kita menanggulangi milenial adalah satu, pengetahuan intelektualnya, religiositasnya, sama kita harus masuk untuk membuat arus baru di media sosial tersebut. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Nurholis.
Oke, terima kasih untuk jawabannya Pak Nurholis. Mungkin ada lagi yang ingin bertanya? Sudah cukup ya. Oke, terima kasih Bapak Nurholis untuk presentasi dan jawabannya. Okay, next, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Mr. Tolop Marbun to present the material of the impact of digital sociology on cultural in the context of Indonesia for about 10 minutes. Please, Mr. Tolop Marbun.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
nice
afternoon.
to see you. I'm glad to join this conference. So I will be speaking on the impact digital sociology on intercultural in the context of Indonesia. So recently, at least we have 300 tribes and 200 languages in Indonesia. Each tribe and languages, it has its uniqueness and challenging. I try to frame challenging. I prefer to use the term challenging rather than weakness, because I know each person has, each tribe has its weakness, but in this case, I reframe it to challenging, because I believe even if we have weakness, we can overcome it. The number of the tribe and languages make intercultural communication interaction possible. Interculturals mean intersection or between two culture or more culture. For instance, Java and Bataknese, Java and Ambonese. So it's possible because we have at least 300 tribes in Indonesia. So in the meeting of two cultures, there is interaction and communication. Communication is referred to convey or comprehensive information, while interaction is about acting or behavior between individual or entity. Since this is research, actually we limited it. So actually interesting to discuss both of them, intercultural communication and interactions. But in this case, I will sharpen it in become intercultural communication. So the advantage of technology communication impact intercultural communication and interaction in reality and digital realm. For instance, some people, they know more about other places compared to their place or their residents because they are busy on internet. So this is the one of the field of digital sociology. In this case, digital sociologists call for deliberate for digital approach toward all aspects sociological work. So this involves writing and research aspect of social life that in digital matter as well for. So let's go to continue to digital sociology. Digital sociology is a crucial approach to address the contemporary social problem focused on interaction or dynamic digital realm among individual, community, or institutions. The second meaning, I quote, it is digital sociology is interdisciplinary approach exploring technology, advancement, impact on culture, society, and human behavior. This is the definition of digital sociology in the States is too broad. So fortunately, digital sociology has 4 subdisciplines. The first is professional digital practice, using tools as a part of sociology practice to build network or construct online profile, publish, share, and instruction. This is the first discipline. The second is analyzing of data digital technology use. Research how people use digital technology, configure their sense of self, their embodiment, their social relationship, and the role of digital media in the creation or reproduction, social institution or social structure. The third is digital data analysis is natural occurring digital data for social research, either is qualitative or quantitative or qualitative. The fourth is digital sociology, critical digital sociology, undertaking reflexive analysis digital technology informed by culture and theoretical culture. So my research or my endeavor will be focused on number 3 on the third discipline. So we'll be focused on data digital analysis because it is impossible to do research from all over Indonesia, like study field or case study. So that's why I prefer to choose digital data analysis. I will show you later the data which I discover, and I will do short analysis due to the limitation of time. Intercultural refer to relationship or interaction or communication between personal or individual group various culture. So the communication between 2 different cultures. But as I go on my research, actually we cannot, since this is digital, the influence we cannot limit it only Indonesia, but also from outside. Intercultural interaction can be occur in various contexts, like business, education, diplomacy, or even in everyday social interaction. So it occurs almost every day, especially those who live in the city, in the big city. We live different, and we face that. But in digital, that's more than that, because anyone can communicate from different place, different culture. So the result of intercultural interaction is, the first is cultural homogenization. This is the process is become similar. We expect anyone to be similar, like we want to Americanize. Like actually this conference, one of the example of cultural homogenization. Actually we can speak Indonesian due to this one's, the conference is international, so we speak English. And also in Koreanization, you know, youth people, they like Korean K-pop artists, so they want to be like Korean, and then they want to be all people like Korean. It happened. Okay. And another example also, like in Indonesia, like the utilization of batik. So for example, in every Friday, a government official, maybe also some lecture, some school, they expect us to put on or to wear batik. That is homogenization. And then the second result also, cultural hybridization. Cultural hybridization is mixing or blended, so it produce new culture. For instance, this is like a religious practice and belief, or maybe language on slang. So they use, for instance, in Indonesia, mostly we greet people by religious greeting. This is one of the example of cultural hybridization. So this is possible because we find out, this is the data which I can present right now. This is the data from Hotsuite. So this is the data from 2020. As you can see here, the total population in Indonesia on internet is about 272.1 million, almost as number as Indonesian citizen. And then mobile connection is 338.2 billion. This is 124% from the using internet is about 175.4 millions, and then social media about 160. This is a huge number. So this is the data that show that it is possible, the intercultural communication and interaction in Indonesia. And then the second point is about daily time spent. Averagely in Indonesia, people spend time almost 8 hours every day. Almost every 8 hours every day on internet. So this is from Hotsuite side. Okay, 7 hours and 59 minutes, almost 8 hours. And then using social media, average people in Indonesia 3 hours and 26 minutes. I think since this is digital, so I will be focused on internet and social media. And then if you look at in the types of website visited and apps, this is the presentation of user from 16 years to 64 years. The most used platform is chatting and messaging is 96%. For us as a digital sociologists, this is significant. Yeah, this is very significant and crucial number to evaluate, to indicate that there is possibility intercultural communication interaction in Indonesia. So the higher is the number, the higher is the possibility. And then the second is 92%. So this is also make that possible.
Okay, Mr. Tolok Marbun, your time is only two minutes
How
left.
many minutes more?
2 minutes left.
Oh, 2 minutes left. Okay. So, so the impact is, since the endeavor is speaking about the impact, so the impact will be speaking about prospective and challenging. So I will just highlight it because my time is almost over. The perspective is promoting the culture and exchanging the knowledge of the culture, preserve the culture, and also expanding the culture. The challenging is actually crisis identity, personally, culturally, or nationally. And then there is possibility misunderstanding because the culture, and also there is possibility injustice and inequality. And then the fourth is covered digital colonialism. Carpet means you cannot realize it, but actually it is. Yeah. So the conclusion is digital sociology invests how digital technology in cultural interaction and communication, focusing how social media platform and online community and space promote culture and connection in the first form or cultural expression. I think that's enough for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marbun. That was a very comprehensive presentation. And Mr. Marbun highlighted how digital technologies have shaped intercultural interaction in Indonesia and emphasizing both positive and challenging aspects. So thank you, and please for other participants, please feel free to ask any question you might have. Please raise hand. Is there any question? Okay, is there? Okay, if we don't have any question from participant, I will ask one question for Mr. Tolok Marbun. How has the digital landscape influenced intercultural interaction in Indonesia, and what are the potential benefits and challenges? Okay.
Speaking on the potential, actually, this is the best moment to promote each culture, because indirectly, actually, there is like degradation of preservation of culture, because when people move to other city, almost they left their culture, they face new culture, and then I see this is one of the best way to preserve all culture in Indonesia, and also to introduce both to personal or intercultural. So can people more appreciate, can develop it, and also using it in their daily life.
Okay, Mr. Tolok Marbun, maybe is there any question? And thank you for your detailed answer.
Is there any question? Maybe it's enough. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tolf Marbuns, for your presentation. And next, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Mr. Daddy. Yeah, Mr. Okay, Mr. Daddy. Okay, with the presentation. Okay. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Daddy Darmadi, with the title "Performing the Quran on YouTube: An Ethnographic Study of Indonesia's Prominent Reciters in the Digital Era." Okay, the Zoom is yours, Mr. Daddy Darmadi.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moderator. Would you please allow me to share screen?
Oh yeah, please.
Thank you. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed.
Sorry, Mr. Daddy, you're still mute.
Mute.
Oh.
Still mute, Mr. Daddy. He's still mute, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, it's already clear.
Okay. Would you please allow me to share screen now?
Okay, please.
You can directly share the screen.
One moment. For some reason, one moment. Screen yang lama. Can you see the presentation?
Unfortunately, no, Mr. Daddy.
Mungkin Bu bisa. Sorry.
I will help you to share the screen, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pascal.
That would be
Mr.
great.
Pascal
Thank you
will
so
help.
much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. One moment. Jadi ini. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, honorable organizers of this conference, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today we are very honored to present our paper entitled "Performing the Quran on YouTube: An Ethnographic Study of Indonesia's Prominent Quranic Reciters in the Digital Era" for the second BICOS 2023 conference, hosted by UIN Sunan Gunung Jati of Bandung. And we are extremely grateful for this opportunity. In the contemporary digital landscape, the advent of YouTube has revolutionized the dissemination of religious content, fostering a new platform for Quranic reciters in Indonesia, Malaysia, elsewhere, to reach a global audience. This ethnographic study is really a preliminary attempt to delve into the lives and practices of three Indonesian prominent Quranic reciters, namely Ustaz Muzammil Hasballah, Ustaz Hanan Attaki, and Ustaz Mu'min Ainul Mubarak, whose official YouTube accounts have collectively unbelievable, amassed almost 500 million views. Jadi ditonton hampir 0,5 miliar kali ya, 500 juta kali, rendering them significant voices in the realm of Islamic media, both within Indonesia and potentially beyond. These Quranic reciters have harnessed the power of digital platforms, particularly YouTube. Their captivating renditions of Quranic recitations resonate with diverse audience, propelling them into the forefront of the contemporary Islamic media landscape. And I'm here today also with two other colleagues of mine who also conducted research, and together we are going to present to you. So next presenter is Pak Dr. Arif Zamhari. Please, Pak Arif.
Thank you so much, Pak Dadi. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you again. Great honor to be here. All right. Now we move on to the next part. It's about the background, genre, and targeted audiences of the three reciters. So the evolving the dynamic between religion, media, and technology in the Muslim world. This is the fact that we now facing today, yeah. And also, as part of our research, is the impact of their recitation, yeah, those three reciters, yeah, on audiences, and also the interplay of tradition and modernity. This is also part of our topic that we would like to discuss. And also now the next part is the participant observation and content analysis methodology. Now in this research, we employ digital ethnography. What we mean by digital ethnography is a contemporary research method that applies traditional ethnography techniques to the online realm, enabling researchers to immerse themselves in digital communities, platforms, culture, to gain insights into the intricacies of online interactions, communication patterns, identity construction, and the broader societal impact of digital technology on human behavior.
Mr. Arif, sorry, you're on mute.
Unmute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Jirat Murthy, in her work Digital Ethnography, an examination of the use of new technologies for social research, explained that the rise of digital technologies presents opportunities for new direction in ethnographic research, while highlighting the limited integration of these technologies into sociological and also anthropological methods compared to online scholarly research. Other scholars, such as Anderberg 2013 and Faris 2015, have advocated for a change in this trend and examines the potential and challenges of incorporating technologies like online questionnaires, digital video, social networking sites, and blogs in ethnography, emphasizing the benefit of a balanced blend of physical and digital approaches like we have done in studying the nexus between religion, media, and technology in the Muslim world. We follow this approach because not only it expands researchers' methodological toolkit, but also addresses the issue of marginalized voices in studying digital societies, like those of content creators on religious subjects. When we do content analysis, we try to focus on systematically analyzing and interpreting the digital content produced within these 3 Indonesian Quranic reciters on their YouTube platform. This method involves collecting and examining various forms of digital content, such as text, images, videos, and interactive interaction to identify patterns, themes, and trends. Our first figure in this study, Muzammil Hasbala, Ustadz Muzammil Hasbala, is a prominent Qari renowned on YouTube as the most followed Quranic reciter in Indonesia. And he is also a prominent figure worldwide. He has captivated audiences with his melodic murattal renditions. Hailing from Sigli, Aceh, Muzammil embarked on his Quranic journey under the guidance of his parents, cultivating a deep-rooted connection with the sacred text since childhood. A graduate of Bandung Institute of Technology's Faculty of Architecture, he gained prominence during his college year as a dedicated prayer leader at Salman Mosque, ITB, a pivotal moment marked by a viral YouTube recording on his recitation in 2016, although he started his official YouTube account 4 years earlier. Beyond his spiritual pursuits, Muzammil zest for mountain biking and skateboarding paints a multifaceted portrait of his person. Muzammil's resonant voice has not only graced the recitation of Al-Quran letters, dhikr, and prayers for young Muslim audience, but also found its way onto Spotify, another digital platform, echoing his devotion to making sacred verses accessible to a wider audience. He has now more than 3 million followers on YouTube. Now I would like to invite my colleague, Ibu Dr. Hesti Kusumaningrum. Please, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. Does my voice sound clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay, I will continue my Mr. Arif presentation. Okay. Meanwhile, Mukmin Ainul Barok has garnered distinction for his eloquent Mujawad Quranic recitation, born in 1971 in Tasikmalaya, West Java. Mukmin's transcendent vocal mastery has earned him accolades on both national and international stages. His prose was exemplified through victories in prominent Quranic recitation competition, notably securing first place in the Malaysia Quran recitation competition of 2008 and the Iran competition in 2009. Mukmin's global engagement have extended to diverse nations, including Pakistan, Canada, Iran, and Malaysia, where his rendition of Quranic sacred verses have left an indelible mark. Mukmin resounding legacy as a virtuoso reciter resonates across geographical boundaries, affirming his pivotal role in preserving and perpetuating the art of Quranic recitation. He started his official YouTube channel in 2014, slightly delayed from his earlier international successes that garnered widespread attention in 2008 and 2009 with viral performance in Malaysia, Iran, and Pakistan. Now he has more than 500,000 followers with more than 2,000 videos online. And finally, Hanan Ataki, LC, born in 1981, has emerged a prominent figure in contemporary Indonesian religious discourse. Notable for his innovative approach to praising that resonates with the sensibilities of the youth, renowned for his brutal Quranic reading, engaging lecture style. Hanan Ataki embodies a unique blend of relatability and modernity, crafting his presentation to align with the daily experiences and interests of young individuals. At the helm of the Jihad Sabilillah Pemuda Hijrah movement, he actively engaged with diverse youth communities, transcending conventional boundaries to connect with subcultures such as punks, motorcycle enthusiasts, skateboarders, and others. Hanan Ataki appeals his roots in his adeptness at conveying intricate concept in an easily comprehensible manner, fostering widespread recognition and engagement. His distinctive lecture approach, characteristic by a fusion of modern language and informal attire, reflect his astute awareness of his target demographic. And through storytelling technique, he adeptly explored themes such as sustenance, intention, prayer, patience, and relationship, grounding profound religious insight within the vernacular of contemporary youth culture. Moreover, Hanan Attack's influential reach extends to digital platform, including YouTube with more than 2.5 million followers, where his hundreds of video lectures and vlogs embedded with Islamic values contribute to the shaping of modern religious discourse and engagement among the younger generation. And then next presenter takes to Pak Deji.
Thank you, Ibu Hesti. We are almost at the end of our presentation, but we need to a little bit talk about the significance of YouTube as a platform for disseminating sacred content, as well as the increased scholarly focus on the influential reciters and their global impact. So, despite their undeniable popularity, an intriguing gap exists in our scholarly exploration of these Quranic reciters, their personas, and also their practices. In this case, our research truly endeavors to bridge this gap by embarking on an investigation of their backgrounds, genres, and the targeted audiences they engage within this digital age. So this preliminary research truly seeks to offer a larger exploration of Indonesian contemporary figures and actors and their distinct contributions to contemporary religious communication, shedding light on these methodologies and impact within the evolving landscape of religious engagement and expression. In summary, by employing participant observation as well as content analysis, we embark on a journey to uncover the profound influence of these Indonesian Quranic reciters with different genre, different styles, from Muzamil Hasballah to Hanan Ataki and also Ustad Mukmin Ainul Mubarak. Not only on local devotees in Indonesia and also elsewhere, but also on a global viewership. Our findings offer a glimpse into the evolving landscape of religious practices, revealing the burgeoning role of YouTube, as well as maybe Facebook, maybe TikTok and others, as a platform for the dissemination of religious content. So, ladies and gentlemen, our investigation is really a call for a deeper scholarly engagement with digital ethnography, and we hope that our research on these influential figures in digital era can say something about the connection between digital ethnography, digital media, and Islam in the contemporary world. Their reach extends far beyond Indonesia's border, intricately shaping the very fabric of the global Islamic media landscape. as we also continue our journey, um, journey of discovery, we also hope that our insights really pave the way for an enriched understanding of intricate fusion of spirituality, media, and technology in the future Muslim experience. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for the convener, Mr. Asep Iqbal, and his colleagues at UIN Bandung. We look forward to sharing more of this finding in the session ahead. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I extended my gratitude to Mr. Dedi Darmadi and team for sharing their extensive research with us. The late-night exploration of the recitation of the Quran in the digital era has enriched our understanding of how technology can shape cultural and religious expression. So thank you so much, Mr. Darmadi and team, for your insightful presentation. And now let's move on to question and answer session. There is a question from Mr. Iqbal. Why did you pick up these three reciters other than their popularity, and who are they?
Jawab.
Okay.
Jawab ya.
Okay. Please.
Yes, we do have some answers to that interesting questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Asep Iqbal. I think beside the popularity, of course, we also consider the different backgrounds they have, and also the representation of followers, which truly say something about the dynamics of Islamic religious dimensions in contemporary world in Indonesia. Number one is different background. Mr. Mu'min Ainul Mubarak is truly a traditional Quranic reciters in its, can we say, most complicated style, which is Mujawad style, only displayed during certain religious programs, as well as Musabak of Tilawatil Quran. But the two others, Mr. Hanan Ataki and Muzamil Hasbala, are representatives of more contemporary, popular Quranic style of recitation, which is Muratal, and they also represent and also very much echo the more of the urban Muslim communities, including those educated urban Muslim youth in many cities in Indonesia. Maybe other answers from Arif Zamhari, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iqbal, for interesting question. Yeah, yes, I agree with Pak Dadi that those three reciters represent not only their backgrounds, social background, but also ideological background. Yeah, and also the genre, I don't know, genre or style. Yeah, the style of the recitation also represent the Islamic group that they belong to. Yeah. So, for instance, for those for the reciter that recite using Muratal, usually this kind of reciters belongs to what we call it the more urban Muslim society, Muslim group. Yeah. Or you can name it, for instance, from Salafi groups or for other groups. Yeah, but the what we call it Mujawad, recitation usually belongs to Nahdlatul Ulama group. So in some particular event, yeah, religious event, we can actually identify if the reciter of Quran in the introduction of the event recite or read Quran using mujawad. It is almost certain that he or she is from Nahdlatul Ulama background. In contrast, the reciter who used tartil, murattal, it belongs to new what we call it, new santri, new santri community. All right, thank you, Pak. We have another question here.
Okay, yes, there's another question on meeting chat from Mr. Pasca.
All right.
Do you see that Quran reciters also earn a significant amount of money from the content they create from their viewers?
Okay.
Okay, but that you.
Okay. Well, maybe I will answer this question. Yes, of course, it's an advantage for them to get fortune from this activity. We all know that it may also be used not only by them, but also by other people like the team, something like that. Maybe Pak Arif and Pak Dadi want to continue.
Yeah, there have been some interesting questions about how the content creators of religious subjects on YouTube and other social media platforms eager to monetize their content, right? But based on the popular estimate that of course they are able to they can monetize their content, and as far as I know, the more followers you have, the more opportunities for you to gain the money through AdSense.
Yeah.
And this is something that we need to delve further into the questions. Inshallah, for the next time, we will do more investigation of this kind of the political economy of religious content on YouTube. But that's thank you so much, Mr. Pasca. Thank you.
You're welcome, Pak.
Ya, harus kita tanyakan.
Iya.
Okay.
Yang lain.
Okay. Is there any question? Okay. Kayaknya udah nggak ada ya. Okay. Is there? Okay. Thank you for Mr. Dadi and team. Okay. As we draw this enlightened session to a close, I want to express my gratitude for our esteemed presenters for sharing their valuable insights on the impact of digital society in the global south. Your contribution have ignited thoughtful discussions and expanded our understanding of the complex issue at hand. So I also want to extend my appreciation to our invited audience for their active participation in the discussion, and your questions and comments have enriched the session and highlighted the significance of collaboration in addressing the issues raised. As we wrap up, let's carry forward the insight again today and continue to explore the intersection of digital society, knowledge production, and also the global south. Let us remain committed to fostering an inclusive and innovative environment for research and dialogue. Thank you once again for being part of the second Bandung International Conference on Social Science. And I wish you all to continue success in your research endeavors. So maybe let's taking a virtual picture together. Okay, everyone. Because since we can physically take a picture together, let's have some fun and imagine it. Let's create a snapshot to remember this moment. Okay, maybe Mr. Pascal will help us to snapshot. Okay, all right. On the count of 3, everyone try pause and please.
1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone.
Terima kasih, hatur nuhun.
Thank you.
Nuhun, hatur nuhun.
Dr. Asep, Iqbal,
Thank you very much.
very much.
Terima kasih
Mbak
semuanya.
Rasdika,
Nuhun,
Denara,
Kang.
Sampai
Tadi,
jumpa
Kang
di lain
Martin, semuanya.
konferensi.
Sami-sami hatur nuhun.
Pak
Terima kasih,
Arif,
Pak
Bu
Iqbal.
Terima
Lesti,
kasih
dan
semuanya.
semuanya.
Teman-teman, terima kasih. Ya sukses. Insyaallah.
Besok hadir lagi ya, jangan lupa.
Insyaallah.
Insyaallah. Dan insyaallah hadir lagi di Baikos ketiga tahun depan.
Enggak, besok masih
Insyaallah.
ada hari kedua.
Oke.
Besok hari siap. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Waalaikum.
Waalaikum, bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya. Oke. Nah, bagus deh.
Turnuhun Pak Iqbal, Pak